have here. It is I, Chev Dor Sanders, aka Chev90, aka your favorite podcaster's favorite podcaster, aka Chev GPT, aka the legendary ball knower. And I'm here today, and we're gonna go through. We've hit a couple snags, but we're here. We're gonna be live. I'm about to bring on two of my favorite guys in the entire industry, Siriaco Rocco from Fourth and Fantasy, and Huncho, also of Fourth and Fantasy. They're gonna break down. We're gonna talk about what's going on with the Cowboys and the Saints, what their outlook is. They're gonna give me their bring home the bacon players. Oh yeah, we're gonna be giving out some players that we're bricked up for, and we're going to be talking about bringing home the bacon. So we're going to have them break that down, and then we're going to play a fun game. We're going to play a fun game that will force them to be very uncomfortable about their favorite team. We're going to play draft, trade, cut, and we're going to put them on the hot seat and see what's going on here. So yeah, we had a couple of games last night. Rashard Smith blew the doors off the thing. Now we got fantasy receipts and all these guys out here talking about, well, the clip was sped up and Rashard Smith, I don't understand. It wasn't impressive. So, I mean, like, if this just isn't impressive to you, just say that you hate football and you just want to watch football on spreadsheets. Just say that. I'm not mad at you. I wouldn't be mad at all. Bro, I'm over here doing smelling salts and doing a football marathon. So, like, what can I say to convince you to not stare at your spreadsheets and get all bricked up about, more missed tackles forced per attempt on third down from, 12 yards or more to go. Like, if you want to play football that way, that's cool. But telling me Rashard Smith isn't good at football because somebody decided to speed a clip up, yeah, all right, sure. But we don't have to spend too much time on that. Torrey Horton looked impressive last night. Damian Martinez looked impressive last night. I think he's a great fit. I just don't know how many snaps he's going to be able to earn in that backfield. But all that said, I want to get into it. I want to bring two of the most ball knowingest dudes in the fantasy space. I mean, these guys we're talking best ball, we're talking dynasty, we're talking redraft. I mean, some people would say that these guys are pumping out some of the best content and the hot takes that you could possibly imagine. I welcome to the live stream FFD Fantasy. You are officially the first guest on the channel, Rocco and Huncho of Fourth and Fantasy. Welcome, boys. How we doing today?
Yo. How we feeling? Feeling great, my guy, Chef. As always, it's a beautiful day on this side.
Hey,
Man,
man.
I love your setup, man. This is great, man. I'm excited and let's rock and roll.
And appreciate
Yeah,
you for
man.
having me as the first guest, my G.
Yeah, of course, bro. Like I was the first multiple time guest on Fourth and Fantasy. So it only felt right to have you guys on as the first guest of Fourth for the FFD Fantasy channel, man. So, we're gonna talk some Cowboys and Saints. I mean, I had some canned questions to ask you guys about the Dolphins offense before we got into this because I feel like it would be a lot more fun than talking about, like, Rocco's gonna have a hard time talking about the Saints. Let's just be honest; it's not great right now.
It's not
Like,
sexy.
it's not,
I,
it's
I
not,
talk
it's not
I
sexy.
talk about the Saints way more than somebody should talk about the Saints.
It's not sexy, man.
So let me ask you this. Like, I'm gonna throw a game at you guys. Draft one, cut one, trade one. The Dolphins.
Mm-hmm.
All right. You got Reek, you got Waddle, you got Achan. All right. Tyreek Hill, Jalen Waddle, and Devon Achan for redraft. All right, you got to draft one, trade one, cut one. Rocco, we'll start with you, brother. Draft, trade, cut, Achan, Waddle, Tyreek Hill.
Man, I think this one's easy for me. I got draft Jalen Waddle, trade Devin Achan, and cut Tyreek Hill.
Mm.
Oh,
I think you can get the most value out in a trade for A-Chain. That's why I'm trading him. I still got some love for Waddle, and I think he's going to be the wide receiver one there. And Reek, there's just way too much smoke on on the Reek streets right now. Whether it be him hanging out with AB, whether it's injuries, whether it's he wants to be traded. It's just always some BS coming out his camp, and I'm out. I traded my last share. I'm out. I'm out of
I
the
knew,
Tyreek
I
Hill
knew,
business.
I knew Rocco was gonna go that goddamn direction. I knew Rick was gonna be the one low hanging fruit. I saw it coming.
Easy, like my buddy
Oh
Chef says,
man.
easy.
Hey man, listen. Here's the thing, man. Like I'm gonna withhold mine until Huncho gives us his, and I want to see what direction Huncho's gonna go here.
So draft trade cut. I would trade Waddle because I'm not saying that I'm not on Jalen Waddle. I'm not saying that he's a bad player. What I am saying is he's not someone that I've particularly gone out my way to be on my fantasy teams. So, and I personally am somebody who still believes in Tyreek Hill. I think if everything goes well, and even if things don't go well and he gets traded, oh, fuck it, we ball anyway. But I would I would draft A Chain just because I do like where one, he's young, and I like the receiving ability from him, and I also like the that he is a solid runner. He does give you that home run ability. And then unfortunately I have to cut my boy Tyreek Hill. Not because I don't believe in him anymore, but just because I'd rather have the other two right now.
Listen, I'm not mad at anybody that wants to cut Tyreek Hill because of the
At
fact that
all.
the vibes are terrible right now. Like it's the opposite. It's the opposite of good vibes for everything going on in Miami right now. So it's a gross click of the button, man. You're talking about Tyreek Hill. Like I've been out, so it makes me feel better to know guys that are putting as much work and time into this as me see the same thing and they're like, that's not where we want to go with this. Like I can't. The biggest thing for me when I was trying to go back and figure out like what went wrong with the Dolphins offense. Like, so obviously teams played too high shell at the highest rate in the NFL against Tua, and they took away the big play and they just couldn't, and normally you'll run the ball when that happens, and they just couldn't run the ball. The Dolphins were the 31st best, or excuse me, second worst team in terms of success rate run wise. And so, that also led to them just peppering underneath with Devon Achane. He led the position, or excuse me, he had the most catches, most receptions at the position, 87 targets, which makes him, to answer this question on my end, I'm going to draft Devon Achane. I'm going to trade Tyreek Hill because I feel like you might be able to get more for him in a trade. And I'm going to cut Jalen Waddle.
Ooh, okay. I mean, I feel like if I'm Tyreek Hill, or if I'm an owner of Tyreek Hill, or from what I've seen of as recent, people like to get out early on a player before it's too late. So 2025 seems like the year to get out on. If you're out on Tyreek Hill, fuck it, right?
Yeah.
Jalen Waddle, there's some people that are super high on Waddle. They're like, he's been the wide receiver one for the Dolphins over Tyreek Hill. He's better than Tyreek Hill. I like to pump the brakes real quick on that. I like me some Jalen Waddle. He's a cute little Robin. But that's Tyreek Hill is the real Batman in motherfucking Miami. Let's not get this pushed out the way, okay? Well, Rocco, what do you think, my G? Like, have when you looked at the pecking order, right? If someone was like, "Hey, here on," and not looking at age, right? Because we could do redraft, we can do in Dynasty, because obviously in Dynasty, age effect, Tyreek Hill is going to have a little bit more of a down effect. But redraft wise, if we're just looking at that, who would you rather have, Tyreek Hill or Waddle?
I want Jalen Waddle. I mean,
Yeah, man.
not too many Robins have went for 1,356 yards as a sophomore in the National Football League. Not too many Robins go for 3 straight 1,000-yard seasons to start their career.
Talk about Tyreek.
I'm talking about Jalen Waddle.
Yeah, but now pump up Tyreek stats though. You tossing out.
Tyreek has some great stats, but he's 31, and he's falling off. He's fallen off last year. He's hurt coming into the season, which is very scary for me. I'm not sure if he even recovered from last year's injury, and the wording around camp is really bad about him. I'm gonna take a chance that Tyreek Hill's out the door, and we can get back to seeing Jalen Waddle go for 1,200-1,300 yards again.
We're literally just one. We're literally 1 year. Look, Chef just put it up. We were literally just 1 year removed from Tyreek Hill putting up 2 back-to-back 1,700 yards. Not one. And once again, that's me pumping up my boy CD Lamb, who has 1 under his belt. Tyreek Hill did it 2 years back-to-back. Let's go. What we doing? Come on now.
Did he not do that in his 20s?
What's the difference between 30 and 28?
Hey, 30 is the new 20. That's what they say.
Hey, shoot, you better ask some of these unks out here for
That's
sure.
Hey, as somebody who survived their entire 30s, bro, I can tell you 30 is the new 20 sometimes, maybe possibly.
That's why I really want Chev. I want Tyreek Hill to have such a really good season this year, because I think people forgot how much of a beast this man at football he is when he really is locked in and not being on AB status. You dig?
Yeah, but that's my concern. That's my concern, Huncho. Like, that's my problem, right? It's like not only did they change the way that they played offense when he was like, so 2023, he's on pace for 2,000 yards. Like, it's as good as it's ever been. I think Tyreek Hill's a first ballot Hall of Famer, but I think that him and Mike McDaniel don't really vibe. And I think that he stopped calling the plays with Tyreek Hill as the focal point, which is why Tyreek Hill went from first in first read target share in the 2,000-yard pace season where he finished with 1,700 in 2023 to 45th in first read target share. And that's even if you remove the weeks that Tua, like this is fantasy points data, if you remove the weeks that Tua was gone, so weeks 3 through 7 basically, if you remove those, then he was still 45th in first read target share. So it really concerns me that Tua is like, one, Mike McDaniel has kind of shifted, and you can see Tyreek being absolutely just dismissive of what they're like, the culture, he's just kind of doing his own thing. And they've semi moved on. So I want to try to get out of the Tyreek Hill business. I think that because of the nuclear upside that he represents. Now, he did go for under 1,000 yards and playing over all 17, but you could attribute the wrist injury, but the wrist injury was there when he went for 2 touchdowns and 100 and however many yards he went for on week 1 against Jacksonville last year. So I don't think he's lost a step. I think that they just changed the way that they play football.
But I think that's a big part of it too, because we've seen Jalen Waddle succeed as a short yardage king in his rookie year with over 100 catches and 1,000 yards on about 10 yards per catch. I don't know if we've seen Tyreek Hill, thrive in the short game. So, I feel like the Dolphins wanted to protect Tua from throwing downfield so he didn't lose his brain capacity anymore. And with that taken out of the playbook, I'm not sure if the Dolphins really even want to be in the Tyreek Hill business anymore.
That's true. Go ahead, Huncho Cook.
I feel the same way I feel about Tyreek Hill, like I feel about Terry McLaurin. How people are like, how the trade rumors happen, like, let me get out on Terry. Why? It's a win if he stays. It's a win if he goes. So honestly, for me, if Tyreek Hill left Miami, I'm not going to be upset. Hell, if he go, what couple places that could use a wide receiver 2 or a wide receiver 1 right now? Not name the Patriots, because I'd rather him not go there. But I want to. I think if we didn't already go out to get George Pickens, who CD and George Pickens going to be the top 3 duo in the NFL. CD and goddamn Tyreek Hill would have got me the same way. I promise you. I like Tyreek Hill. I think just needs a new environment. Like I said, like you said, Chef. Him and Mike McDaniels aren't gelling. They ain't rocking. It seems like that first year they were cool. You know what I'm saying? Mike McDaniels seemed like the cool uncle you invited out to the cookout. And then you find out he put raisins in the potato salad. Now you know what I'm saying? Now y'all not gelling no more.
Hey man, hey Mike McDaniel catching strays, bro. Just out here being one of the most innovative minds in the run game that we could possibly imagine. But that doesn't mean that you can command an NFL locker room. And it seems like over time, these guys have just kind of lost. He's lost. It seems like he's losing the locker room. You hear the stuff from Jalen Ramsey about wanting to play for a head coach that he respects. And he made it very clear that he wasn't talking about Sean McVay at all when he made that statement. So you can do deductive reasoning. He doesn't rock with the Jags at all. That he loved his time winning a Super Bowl with the Rams. So he could be talking about Tom Coughlin and whoever the head coach was, Doug Marrone, back when he first started with Jacksonville, or he could be talking about Mike McDaniel. Which one do you think it was? But that's enough about a team that's going to be terrible this year. Let's talk about a team that's going to disappoint everybody this year. Huncho, let's talk about who's going to be the third option in the Cowboys offense this year.
Wait, you know what's funny as hell? I was like, he about to say something about the Cowboys. Here it comes. Boo, it's the Cowboys. But sorry, what was the question again? Before I caught the stray, you caught me off guard on that one.
All right, what's going to happen? Who's going to be the third option in the Cowboys offense this year? And do you think are we being too excited about what a healthy Dak Prescott plus George Pickens plus healthy Jake Ferguson plus CeeDee Lamb, are we being too excited about what that means?
No, not at all. And who I think would be the third option? You would hope it would be Jake Ferguson, the tight end I've been hyping up all off season. Before he even got the contract, I was saying he's going to have a bounce back year. Y'all should get back into it. Yes, he had a down year last year, but damn, the whole offense had a down year. This year, he's looking better. He's looking a little bit more quicker, a lot on his feet. He dropped a little bit more weight. Once again, he wasn't the most athletic tight end coming out of the draft. So when you add on weight, that kind of slows you down. But now that I think, he's not going to be or needed to be the second needed option in that now. But you got CD, you got George Pickens. Now you got, you could even say Kevontae Turpin now that Mr. Shoddy is in town. I believe Kevontae Turpin is going to be used a lot more. When I say a lot more, just not in the backfield, but also as just a traditional wide receiver, more slants. When you got Kevontae Turpin the ball, he took that thing to the house. Whether it was a kickoff, whether it's receiving, he did his thing. George Pickens, I am so bullish on where he can be in 2025, where he could be. If I'm going super high, top level performance production, I say top 12 finish is not out of the realm for what George Pickens could do in 2025. Why do I say that? Because we do want to run the ball, and that's what Shoddy likes to. If you go back to his times or his tenures he's been with the Seahawks when he was OC, they were one of the leaders in rushing. When in his time with New York Jets, they were one of the leaders in rushing. So they're going to run the ball. Will it be efficient? We have to see, right? I do believe in the new coaching there with Clayton Adams and our new offensive line coach from Kansas State, Connor Riley. I do like the new changes around that, so hopefully everything goes well. From speaking from our own front office, they're really high on Javonte Williams. Do with that information as you will. They they have spoken about it, spoken on him, saying that they're going to rely on him very heavily this year. So I do think it's going to be, for the veterans wise, there's going to be a battle out between him and Miles Sanders. Miles Sanders, he didn't get to be able to play week 1. He's back at it week 2. Phil Maffa showed us something, so it's going to be kind of hard. I think he's going to be eventually a practice squad guy, just because of when you get to the numbers. We might have to go heavier in some departments, but that backfield right now, Javonte Williams is the RB1 currently.
So you think Javonte Williams is he's going to get the ball first?
Week 1 against the Philadelphia Eagles, Javonte Williams will be the starting running back, and then eventually, hey, Jaden Blue, if he starts popping off, we could see a Bucky Irving effect where he starts to get more carries, he starts to get more usage throughout the offense, right? I liked what I seen from Jaden Blue. He does a great job of getting through the holes. He sees it, gets through. We've used him throughout camp plenty of times in the receiving game. Love what I see from Blue. Unfortunately, he did get nicked up in one of our practices where he got face masked and kind of got drugged down awkwardly, tweaked his ankle, but I believe he's en route to play week 2. But if not, we get a little bit of Phil Maffa some more, who I'm also very high on. So that's how I feel about the overall offense going into 2025.
Man, you know me. I love George Pickens. I love George Pickens so much, and I really think I'm in agreement with you. I think that oh no. Listen, is this payback for me just picking all Bulldogs for the player hater episode?
Cowboys and Bulldogs here.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. You got okay. So Christmas came early when they traded for George Pickens. I got it.
It did.
I got it. Okay. All right. Rocco, how do you feel about this? Are we too? Do you think that George Pickens could have a top 12 season as a wide receiver?
No, I've been a fan of Pickens' game for a long time. I think it's a beautiful thing that they got his ass out of, Pittsburgh and the terrorist against offenses that is Artie Smith. So yeah, I think it's wheels up. I don't know about top 12, but I mean, I definitely see a world where Pickens can go well over 1,000 yards, maybe 1,100 yards, double-digit touchdowns, a handful of catches while, being one of the league leaders in yards per reception. So I definitely think it's very much wheels up on George Pickens, and he's getting, a beautiful thing. He's getting every other year Dak Prescott. So look for 4,500 plus yards from Dak Prescott in 2025. And the other reason why I really love this passing game is because I have zero faith in this running game. You know what they say, when you have 4 running backs, you don't have any running backs. So I know Huncho's trying to put a ribbon or a rose on that running back room, but it is ugly. Like, please let Phil Maffa be the guy, because the other guys have demonstrated that they are not the guy. Except, well, Jaden Blue, we'll see. We'll see. He's a rookie as well. But Miles Sanders, is hanging on for dear life for an NFL job. And Javonte Williams, all he's been is the least explosive guy running back possibly in the entire league. So, yeah, I'm not trusting any of those first 2 guys. So hopefully you get something out of your rookies, because otherwise that running back room is bleak.
There is a trade rumor that just won't die. It keeps coming up. It keeps coming back. And that trade rumor is Breece Hall being traded to the Cowboys.
Yeah, I heard it too. Breece Hall for Micah Parsons. Plus.
Yeah, not that. But yeah.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Let's toss that bull jive out of here. We don't got to do all that. But hey,
I love it, man. Your offense will be perfect and your defense will be terrible. Great situation for fantasy football.
if we trade like a second or something, or like let's say a second and Jalen Tolbert, right now we're looking at a wide receiver room that's kind of looking a little crowded. You have CD, who I believe top 3 wide receiver, it could be argued. Then you got George Pickens, and then you
Who's
got
gonna argue with CD being a top 3 wide receiver?
at
Huncho.
all. Right. I feel like you can't debate me for that one. Because some people be like, oh, dynasty wise, people would throw Malik Neighbors before CD Lamb. I'm not doing those games. I'm not playing those games with y'all today. But you got CD, you got George Pickens, Cavante Turpin's making this team. The fourth one, you could say Mingo because of what they traded. Now, fifth receiver has to play special teams. So then you start throwing in guys like Flournoy. You start throwing in guys like Trayshawn Holden, Jalen Brooks. Uh, like guys in that nature, it gets a
Mhm.
little. It gets. And Trayshawn Holden is one of my G's. He's one of the. He
Yes.
was
Yes.
on. He was literally on my deep stashes. I loved his film out of Oregon, and he got them hands because he's with the business. If you remember what he did at Oregon, and spat on the that one player on live television, shit was crazy. But
Why you gotta? Why did you? But seriously though, he is a dog. I went and grabbed. I tried to grab him in a couple leagues, like the ones that we're not in together. I have him, but the leagues that I do have that we are in together, I stood zero chance of getting Trayshawn Holden. So shout out to you. I did like Trayshawn Holden a lot. Undrafted free agent out of the University of Oregon, but made a lot of plays. I thought he was going to be the guy that they tried at the X wide receiver, Huncho, before they traded for George Pickens. Like, it's obviously not going to work with Jalen Tolbert playing that role. Mate, we've hoped against hope for long enough, I feel like.
it's a wrap. I'm not saying it's a wrap, but
Get that
because you don't
backwood
want to.
out.
Get the start. Yeah, start lining up, roasting it, roast that muff. But
Send them to
like,
my Saints, man. We could use anything right now at wide receiver.
at the moment, he's like the only besides George Pickens. He did have 600 receiving yards as the de facto wide receiver too, and like to go wrong with several touchdowns. So he does bring experience. But I've been ready to put Tober in the backwood for like the last 2 years. So you're not going to get no sympathy out of me.
That's fair. That's fair. That's fair. So I do have an important question before we move on to the Saints.
Yes, sir.
It's about the Cowboys backfield, brother. All
Mm.
right. We're going draft trade cut. Miles Sanders, Jaden Blue, Javonte Williams. Give it to me, Huncho. No Diddy.
Draft. Draft. Because
Cut all of them.
you're not gonna be able to trade Javante for any for something that's you don't like. But draft Jadon Blue, or if it's redraft, redraft or dynasty, that would depend on. So if this is redraft, going with it, redraft. Dude, draft Javante Williams because I do think he's gonna have a role. Trade Javante Blue because he's gonna have the most value, and he actually
Trade
is.
Jaden Blue, right?
Yeah, Jaden Blue, and
Okay.
then cut Miles Sanders. Unfortunately, unless he can show something sexy tonight, I need to see something out of Miles Sanders tonight. Something sexy, something nice that I like, for him to be able to stay on this team.
Where is this shade for Miles Sanders coming from?
I'm not saying because my thing is health is wealth, right? You can only show what you can show while you're on the field, and he does carry a very cheap price tag. So let's say Javante Williams, because he didn't play week 1, so that should also tell you how they view him as well. Even with the injuries to that backfield, they didn't throw Williams out there. Week 2, hopefully I get
Because
to
they
see.
don't want him to get hurt and lose the job before the season even gets here.
That is also, I mean, that could also be a thing too. But I think he's the most powerful back in between Phil Maffa, and then I don't want to throw Deuce out there. My boy Deuce.
No,
I
no,
know, guys. I know. Okay, don't kill me. Don't kill the messenger. But Deuce is looking good out there. All right. I just need him to continue. He does have a sponsor in the building. His old coach from Kansas State is the offensive line coach, Connor Riley. So he does have a sponsor. I'm not ready to throw deuce in the backwood yet. Hopefully, there is something.
Brother.
No, he's got a spot on the coaching staff.
No. Yeah, he's got a spot. He's got a spot waiting for him on the Montreal Alouettes. That's where he's got a spot waiting for him. And hey, he's gonna have a Hall of Fame career. He's gonna win a couple Grey Cups in the CFL. I promise.
Short
So
things.
before we move on, hey Rocco, do you want to give us your draft trade cut of Jaden Blue, Miles Sanders, and Javonte Williams?
Is cut all of them an option?
Sure. Yeah. You could just not, they're so cheap, you could just not draft. You could just not draft all of them.
If I drafted any of them, I guess I would draft Phil Maffa, but it's really not drafting him. It's picking him up off of waivers. I would trade Blue because some, semi-delusional Cowboys fans might think he's, the guy. Not Huncho. Huncho is definitely not. He's a realist until the season starts. And cut Javonte Williams. I mean, how many years do we have to see him just suck it up before we, move on?
I mean, that's kind of where I am. I was a big Javonte guy of him, big fan of him coming out of college, and then we get stuck with. Unfortunately, he gets the injury, the multi-ligament ACL injury. He's just not been the same guy. Like, he reminded me of Marshawn Lynch with the way that he would make people, like, he would just make people miss. And now, like, it's like he's like Joik Bell now. It's just real sad to watch. Like, I don't enjoy watching Javonte Williams play at all. So we're in a bad spot. I'm gonna go just cut Javonte Williams, trade Jaden Blue, draft Miles Sanders.
Javonte Williams, hot take, will go over 1,100 yards this year.
1,100, like, are you saying like he's going to
rush for 1,100 yards?
He's going to get 1,100 yards worth of steps when
that's what I was thinking. I was like, bro, that's like
on his smartwatch.
No, he's going to watch. He's going. Watch for these.
Man, I just said you weren't a delusional Cowboys fan.
Yeah, I don't want. Don't talk to you, but I will say, for a more baseline, he will go over 1,000 yards this season, though. Javonte Williams, he will have 1,000 yards this year for sure. I feel it. I feel it in my bones. He hasn't done it. He hasn't done it yet.
Hold on. I gotta take a huff of the smelling sauce.
Happening.
I gotta take a huff of the smelling sauce to make sure I'm still existing on the right plane right now. So
listen, and I'm saying that just because of how the front office has spoken about Javonte, man. He's going to get play. They're going to give him every opportunity at that RB1 spot.
Bro, they're lying to you.
Yeah. Me and Rocco are on the same page right here.
Like the way Stephen Jones has talked about Javonte Williams, you would damn near thought that boy was Todd Gurley.
That's how I know. Hey, man, just because Jerry's 200 years old, it lets us lose sight of the fact that Stephen Jones is like 74. So the time might have passed him by a little bit too. But I don't want to I needed a hot take about the Cowboys. I knew you were going to give it to me, Huncho. So what in the world? My kids just, I don't know. Y'all can't hear it, but my kids just decided to I thought somebody ran in the house, and I was like, this is going to be very strange because I'm going to have to get up and go figure out what's going on. But yeah, we got a hot take. The hot take made my kids apparently scream and start running through the house about Javonte Williams rushing for 1,100 yards. So let's move on. Let's move on to the Saints right here. Listen, it's not a great time right now. Okay, Rocco? But we're going to put on a brave face and we're going to talk some Saints here. Just give me your honest read on the quarterback battle here. Do you have an opinion? Are you just like, cool? like we'll do whatever just so we can get Lenora Sellers in 2026? Or where are you at right now?
Oh, I have an opinion. And my opinion is Spencer Rattler is terrible. I don't think he's a starting quarterback. I don't think he's a QB2. I think
Okay.
he's a career clipboard holder. Just looking at that game, and I know it's preseason, so grain of salt, but I mean, the guy was scared to throw the ball. He didn't move the ball at all. First, his 5 possessions were punt, stopped on downs after a gift of a muff punt at the 17-yard line, another punt, 3 and out, fumble, punt. So 7 for 11 in 5 series. Just watching that game, he was scared to pull a trigger, and he would just take off if like his first read wasn't there. And he is not an athlete, so that is going to end badly for him. So I'm completely out on Spencer Rattler until he shows me something, which he hasn't done, in any of the time he's been on the field. Tyler Shuck, on the other hand, I don't think it will be pretty all the time, but he's not scared to fling that thing. He's got a little bit more athleticism to him. He had a pick 6 and followed it up with a 54-yard touchdown. So I think if Tyler Shuck gets in there, I think it will be a more fun watch. He will make Chris Olave relevant. He will make Rashid Shaheed relevant. And that's basically all, Alvin Kamara. That's basically all the Saints have. We don't have, 6'3" guys from Florida State just waiting to be cut on our team. We have lawyers, accountants, plumbers, any kind of service industry you need. We got those guys because they will go back to working in the hotels in a couple of weeks. So give me Tyler Shuck and give me some beautiful long passes to Rashid Shaheed, and I want him to prop up both of my wide receivers because I don't think Spencer Rattler can do it at all.
Oh wow! Oh, wow!
Get my boy Shee.
Okay.
That was a take. I ain't gonna lie to you. That was very much a take, and me and Rocco do very much agree about a lot of things. We damn near lockstep on a lot of things. Spencer Rattler, not one of them. I'm going with Spencer. I feel like, yes, did he not look too great, sexy? No. All right. But
He looked terrible.
it's a difference. What wide receivers did he have out throwing to? And then when you look at Tyler Shook, he went in during the game where he's going against literally like the third team. I would hope he looks good. I would hope that he shines some bit against third streamers or guys that are literally next to me about to go to the gym. You dig? So it's like, we got to be fair here in the critique. But has there been any news? Do we know if Tyler Shook is starting week 2 of the preseason, or is Spencer Rattler getting another shot at starting week 2?
I
feel like teams don't release this news ahead of.
What do you think? What are you hearing, Rocco? Is it you thinking?
Yeah, what I heard was that Rattler's going to get another shot on Sunday. So he's still going to be out there. He's the veteran. He's getting that vet deference, even though he's only been in the league 1 year, and he's got some starts under his belt. But I mean, let's not be silly here. Neither of them look like world beaters. But like I said, if we're talking about from a fantasy football slant, I want the guy that's gonna sling it. I don't care about wins, so I don't care about interceptions. And I mean, let's be real. Spencer Rattler had his own turnover, a fumble. So he's not without fault in that game either. And the things you are hearing is, man, I think he's just putting too much pressure on himself. He's in his head. I don't want my quarterback out there overthinking things. in the first preseason game. And yeah, he didn't have anybody to throw to, but Tyler Shuck didn't have anybody to throw to. Nobody's going to have anybody to throw to all season unless Rashid Shaheed and Chris Olave are out there. So you gotta work with what you have. You gotta make guys look better than they are. You gotta be a leader. You gotta throw. You gotta make guys into you gotta make them into respectable NFL players because it's not always going to be, you're not always going to have the top guys out there. And if you've seen anything with the Saints, our wide receivers get hurt. So, he's not going to have, he's going to have times where he doesn't have, the best weapons to throw to. So, give me the guy that's at least, throwing the ball. Like, give me the guy that's firing off 22 passes and not 11 passes in a whole half.
Well, okay. All right. So, all right. Listen, I can't get behind this Tyler Shuck propaganda. I can't do it.
Oh,
I just can't.
he's definitely a 1 year tryout.
He's older than.
I'm not saying we're winning games. I'm saying it's going to be more exciting. It's good.
So the keys to it being more exciting is one of the guys that you brought up, and we showed his highlights earlier, and it's a guy that I've been really, really excited about. Going into 2024, I was really excited. He's finally going to get a full-time role. Rashid Shaheed is kind of the forgotten man amongst everybody in almost every format. I mean, he's a double-digit round pick in best ball. He's a double-digit round pick. He's a double-digit round pick in redraft. And, I mean, you can get him in the 11th or 12th round of dynasty drafts. So do you think that either one of these guys, I'm guessing and I'm assuming, and I think I would be correct in assuming that Tyler Shuck is the guy that you believe is going to be able to deliver the ball to Rashid Shaheed, and more importantly, even for more people, is Chris Olave?
Absolutely. I mean, Rashid Shaheed was basically on pace for 1,000 yards and I think about 9 touchdowns last year. So the breakout was fully on its way to happening. Even with Derek Carr out there. So it's going to be a very concentrated offense. It's going to be Alvin Kamara. It's going to be Rashid Shaheed, and it's going to be Chris Olave. So they're going to have plenty of opportunity to push for 1,000 yards, both of them. I think if both of them play the full allotment of games and they have a guy that's willing to throw them the ball, I think both of them are big-time values. As a Saints fan, I try to stay away from the home team guys generally. It's just an old practice from when I was in local redrafts, and those Saints always flew up the board very early. But I'm finally getting a few shares of Chris Olave because he's discounted now, and he has all of the opportunity that you could ever throw at a guy because they're going to be down in a lot of games, and they're possibly going to have a YOLO quarterback who's, just out there slinging it, whether it goes to Olave, Rashid Shaheed, or it goes the other way. He's going to be out there throwing the ball. So I think that Chris Olave can get back to those first 2 years, which were 1,000 plus. And he could, really push past those numbers. I think 17 games, I would be surprised if he didn't go for 1,200 yards. And I also think Rashid Shaheed is going to put his first 1,000-yard season, on paper this year.
Yeah. No, I mean, I'm with you. I think that we've got to be, it's tough because you've got to be a little bit like, there's no way that you could be like, hey, this is going to be the best offense in the NFC South, or man, this is going to be the second best offense in the NFC South. But
I'm talking mostly garbage time.
Like, yeah, we just need them to be like the 2015 Jacksonville Jaguars, get down a couple scores and then just
Mhm.
start chucking the ball to the wide receivers like there's no tomorrow. I like Rashid Shaheed because I feel like he can make or break your week. I view him very similarly to the way that a lot of people saw Jameson Williams last year. And like that was the same type of breakout that you were getting. That was the same type of breakout you were getting in a much worse
Yep.
offense from a player that was just left for
Mhm.
dead in pretty much every format. So I'm excited about Rashid Shaheed. I think, let me ask you this, Rocco. Do you think that there's a world where Rashid Shaheed outscores Chris Olave in fantasy points and fantasy points per game in 2025?
Absolutely. Rashid Shaheed, he came into the league as just a deep threat, but he started routing people up last year and started showing a little bit more versatility. And we still have to remember that Chris Olave has been concussed by hospital balls from Derek Carr so many times in his career that and in 2025 we're putting him right back out there with young quarterbacks who may continue to do the same thing. So injury wise, Alave is a very scary cat because he's basically in a similar situation to Tua, and nobody trusts uh, Tua Tagovailoa to stay healthy. The same thing could be on the horizon for Chris Olave. It's funny because his brother's always on Twitter, just talking so bad to Derek Carr and how he's put him in the hospital so many times. So I'm just happy to get that guy out of New Orleans, but I don't think let's put it this way. If both of them play 17 games, I don't think Rashid Shaheed overtakes Chris Olave because he's the guy that's gonna move the offense,
Mm-hmm.
uh, consistently, and he's proven himself to be a target earner over his career. But Rashid Shaheed is such a big play weapon. He absolutely could lead the league in yards per catch, and
Mm-hmm.
air yards because he's just going to be taking the top off of defenses, and he's going to be running wide open a lot of a few times a game. So um, I don't know if Rashid Shaheed could absolutely overtake Olave without an injury, but I think both of them could absolutely be strong wide receiver twos on your fantasy team.
And that's the value that they represent. So I got Rashid Shaheed, wide receiver 44 right now in my rankings, and I've got Chris Olave at wide receiver 34, just because the risk of the risk of the concussions is something that we can't ignore at this point. I mean, Derek Carr may have robbed us of one of the most efficient wide receivers in the entire NFL just because we only got, a half a season. We're getting like half seasons and like just not enough Chris Olave. So yeah, I got him in the sixth round right now, 6'8", wide receiver 34. And I've got Rashid Shaheed a little bit further behind. But we've pretty much skipped out on all the Alvin Kamara talk. So where are you at on Alvin Kamara this year, Rocco? Like, are you drafting him? Are you in? Are you out? Do you think that he's just going to continue this Hall of Fame trajectory? He's on. I think I saw a stat where he's only 230 yards away from becoming the fifth player. Him and Christian McCaffrey being the fifth and sixth players to have 5,000 yards rushing and 5,000 yards receiving in a career. So, do you think that Alvin Kamara just returns to form this year and way overperforms and outperforms his average draft position this year of like right around the fourth round?
I haven't been able to pull the trigger on Alvin Kamara, um, where he's being drafted. I think he definitely could have, another season. I mean, he's basically, been that guy, since he came into the league 8 years strong, and he's definitely one of the short list candidates to lead the league in receptions. And I mean, 85 touchdowns over 8 years. I know, just a preview. I know we were kind of looking at, is he a Hall of Fame candidate? And I absolutely think he is. Spoiler alert. So, yeah, he is getting a little long in the tooth. And what worries me about the team is that they continue, they haven't had that first and second down grinder on the team that can get those tough up the middle yards. And portions of the last couple of years he's been kind of used as that guy. And what happens is he gets less and less efficient as the year goes along. So hopefully, I'm hoping that Kendre Miller can possibly be that guy. He looked decent in the first preseason game,
He did.
because if it's not him, shit. I mean, Cam Akers, no. Clyde Edwards-Helaire, like, we basically have every busted running back, as depth pieces for our team after Kendre Miller. So, and Devin Neal's hurt already. So Kendre Miller looks most like the guy that could take that role. But if he can't, if he's right back in the doghouse, if he's injured again, as he's been most of his career, and Alvin Kamara is forced into that grinder type role and gets overused, I worry about him come second half. So I haven't been able to pull the trigger. I'm just kind of holding where I have him. But I would need a little bit more value. Fourth round is a little early for me, just considering the situation that the Saints have found themselves in 2025.
What about you, Huncho? How are you feeling about Alvin Kamara? Are you in or out on that price point?
I'm still in. I like me some Alvin Kamara. And if we're talking about, if you're scared of what that passing offense can be, one thing that we can always lean on is Mr. Except for his health, obviously, because he does get nicked up and misses some time. Hopefully, he does in 2025. But in reality, we got to just note that. But I still like me some Kamara. He kind of reminds me, is he a Hall of Famer? To Rocco's point, he'll have his chances.
Oh, he's a
Somebody
Hall of
that
Famer.
to somebody who his game reminds me of, and for all, if you're a football historian, and this goes back for all the people, Ricky Waters.
Oh wow. Okay.
Ricky
Okay.
Waters. All right. Ricky Waters is not a Hall of Famer right now. He's been a semifinalist multiple times. Him and Kamara stats are pretty similar. Now, a trajectory rise. Now, Kamara would have to get to 10,000 rushing yards while still having, because Ricky ran for 10,000 rushing yards. If that's the
Oh wow.
to go along with the receiving that production that he gained in the 90s, mind you, that they weren't tossing the ball like they're tossing the damn ball like they're now. Most
They
people
were
don't know
running
about
it though.
most people don't know about no Ricky Waters. But I just want to throw a little bit of historians out there for all y'all. So
That's
yeah,
that's tough.
y'all see it. Y'all
That's
see it.
tough. Okay. Okay. All right. I like the throwback call, man. I was gonna go with Brian Westbrook, but I don't think Alvin Kamara is as dynamic on the ground. I think he could be. Like if
Mhm.
they would have handed it to him a little bit more early on when that offense was elite with Drew Brees in those early years, I think that he could have gotten to 1,000. I got into it a while back with a dude on Twitter who was like, well, he's never rushed for 1,000 yards before, so Alvin Kamara couldn't be a bell cow. And it's like, bro, he's literally been the number one running back in fantasy before.
Mm.
Like, what are we like arbitrarily throwing out 1,000 yards? Like, that's not what I'm saying with you, but like throwing
Yeah,
out 1,000 yards is the marker. I mean, I just think we've got to move the goalposts a little bit when you're talking about a guy like Alvin Kamara. I've got him a little bit ahead of ADP, just because I think if all else fails, break glass, case of emergency, break glass, they're gonna throw the ball to Alvin Kamara a lot in
PPR King.
2025. Yeah, yeah.
PPR
In
King.
PPR, I'm way more bullish, and that's how I did my ranks. So we're talking about a guy who's, he's going to catch another 75 to 80 passes, on a year in, year out basis. And, you saw a lot this past year, he was elite, 19 points a game. I don't know if the offense is going to be good enough to support him to that point, but you still have a very safe floor from a PPR perspective. And I mean, if the offense just isn't the worst offense in the NFL, like there's still some value to be had for a guy who has no threats in the backfield, right? Like we're hoping Kendre Miller can like share some snaps and take the load off of a 29-year-old running back, but we just don't know at this point, right? So I'm a little bit ahead of ADP. I got him at wide receiver, or excuse me, running back 13. I mean, he catches the ball like wide receiver. So yeah, but before we do that, I want to give you the Saints version, which we're kind of all over the place with ADPs with the Saints. So you got draft one, trade one, cut one. We're gonna go Rashid Shaheed, Chris Olave, and Alvin Kamara here. This is your team, Rocco. So you got to go first.
All right. Keep, trade, cut. Let's see.
This is deep thought.
Deep thought. Let's see. So I'm gonna draft. Let's go with. I'm gonna draft Sheed because I think he's the biggest value in a draft room. I'm going to trade Alvin Kamara because I think I can get the most bang for my buck there. And unfortunately, I'm gonna cut Chris Olave just because his brains have leaked out of his head way too much on a football field.
Jesus.
Sorry, my guy.
Gracious. God,
I love you. Hopefully we get this back on. Get this back on track now. The car's off the team, and he made Chris Olave's brother very, very happy with that news.
Yeah, I think a lot of people. I didn't realize that there was such a just a vocal contingent of people who hated Derek Carr in a Saints uniform out there, bro. Like I'm not tapped into Saints Twitter like that, but it was like, celebration on the main line in New Orleans when Derek Carr retired. Like what? I was not aware that this was a thing. Huncho, give us your keep, trade, cut. Like, Rocco, finish your thought first, and then we'll go keep, trade, cut, or draft, trade, cut.
No, just people just don't like him because he just comes off as disingenuous. He was never like New Orleans is a city as an athlete. If you show love to the fans and you show love to the city, we'll show you love back. And we just never really felt like we got that with Derek Carr. When you combine that with some of the things that's happened on the football field, him kind of yelling at Chris Olave for running the correct route, things of that nature. He's just never been a beloved guy in New Orleans, and part of that was being the guy after Breeze, who was a legend. My favorite player of all time as a Saints fan, but it was always going to be hard for him. But the fact that he didn't embrace the city when he got here and was just, a hired gun basically, and then also didn't live up to, like, he didn't get us anywhere. Like we were just a middling team with him. We were just so happy to get rid of him. And this team and this city, these fans have been ready for a rebuild for so long, and we've been denied that. So, hopefully in 2025, we finally get a rebuild. If Shuck comes out and he's the guy, great. If he's not, let's get an early draft pick and let's get us a Lenore Sellers. Let's get a Garrett Nussmeier. Let's get a Clay Kubiak. Anybody anybody would look good in a Saints uniform, but let's get some new blood in here and let's start rebuilding this thing the right way.
I like that. I like that. Yeah, you've been punting the rebuild, and it reflects in your cap space and the way that has been structured out. So it's like, man, now we can't be super aggressive in free agency. We can't do. There's a lot of things that you want to do in a rebuild that you typically you can't do. So I'm hoping that Kellen Moore is not the fall guy, that he's actually the guy as a head coach, and you give him some time to get, to be financially equipped to compete, along with like having, quality talent in the doors. I mean, like, how much time does Cam Jordan have left? Like, honestly, it's just
Negative
it's
2 years.
negative 2 years is crazy. But yeah, that kind of puts a bow on it. Like, it's not super ideal. Huncho, give us draft, trade, cut, Saints, Olave, Shaheed, Kamara.
I'm going to draft Kamara. Have to every single time. I'm going to trade Olave because I feel like he gives you the best value out of the three or out of the two receivers. And then I'm going to cut Shaheed just because he's not the right receiver one on the team. I think Kellen Moore is going to pepper, or he's going to get both his guys to set him up. But as we've seen it's going to kind of have the, AJ Brown kind of effect in there, where with Kellen Moore, we saw him try to get AJ Brown more involved, and then Devontae Smith production would suffer, and then when he tried to get Smitty the ball, you know, and then the targets went away from AJ Brown. He didn't like that shit. So I think Chris Olave is going to be the main focal point of that offense. So with Kamara, he's going to be a nice Batman, if you will, and that will be how they go. But got to buy Kamara. He's like I said, PPR king. When he doesn't need to go super crazy when running the ball as a running back, shit, you throw in 5 catches, you're already throwing. That's like that's 5 points already. I
Right.
feel Kamara's a cheat code, and when it comes to that type of game. And once again, with redraft, I'm not somebody that really plays a lot of part in the age. Yes, it's cool to look at. It's something to take a part of because regression is a thing. But he hasn't shown signs of slowing down. It's really just him, just been about health. And I like Kamara every single time.
Listen, I'm in alignment with you. I don't think that I can do anything other than buy Kamara because he's just been so solid for so long. And even last year, the offense fell off a cliff and he was still fighting through a broken hand and broken ribs and all this stuff. And he ends up getting a groin injury. And he gave you 19 points a game. So I'm thrilled about what he potentially could be. So that kind of closes out the Saints review and what their, kind of what their outlook is, and talking about what their fantasy outlook represents. Now we're going to get into some shot calls, some guys that have you bricked up in the cement aisle, some guys that in your heart of hearts that you are right about, and you're going to let them bring home the bacon. All right. These guys are just slanging meat in 2025.
Slanging.
Wait a minute. But anyway, these are your guys, one guy at each position that you are absolutely pilled up, bricked up in the cement aisle for. I'll give it to you first, Huncho. Who is your first bring home the bacon player for 2025? One of these positions: quarterback, wide receiver, running back, and tight end.
All right, quarterback. I got to go with my boy Dak Prescott. Right, he was hurt in 2024. He's going to come back in 2025, do his thing, tell the people that he is a top 5 quarterback in his NFL, bona fide top 10 quarterback in this league, and he's going to prove that once again. Running back, this one is a hard one, but I'm gonna go with my guy Bijan. I think he is RB1 in 2025. If you have him, keep him. Don't trade him. If you don't have Bijan, try to go get him because this is the year they fully unlock his skill set, and he's going to be a league winner. He is the league winner this year. Wide receiver, got to double up at wide receiver with my Cowboys. And you know I got to go with CD. God damn it. If you know, I was just talking to somebody the other day where they were like, I hate having the one-on-one. I was like, you know what? I hate having the one-on-one too, because now I got to pick CD Lamb at the one-on-one.
Oh, wow.
So you already know how I'm feeling about my guy. I love him. He's one of my favorite players in the league, favorite wide receiver in the league by far. Biased, of course, but in 2025, I do see that pass to be the wide receiver one. And then tight end, I will go with Evan Ingram this year.
Whoa.
I like me a. Now I could go Brock Bowers. Obviously, can go Dogs. You know what? I gotta go with Brock.
Don't
Don't
do it.
do it. Don't
do it.
We need an intervention.
No, I got to. God damn it. You know, fuck it. We ball. You know what I'm saying? Georgia Bulldogs all the way. God damn it. Brock Bowers, you know how we feel about you. You know what I'm saying? We ain't talking about no regression. Fuck a regression. We all talk about progression, baby. We gonna be up. It's gonna be all stats. We ain't talking about no L's, W's. You goddamn it. Love it, baby.
All right. You got
my guys.
We're even now for the player hater episode where I picked players that I was hating on, and they were all Georgia players. So we're even now. Rocco, it's a tall task to follow up a mid uniform outfit change to a Georgia Bulldog sombrero. But the floor is yours, brother. Give us your bring home the bacon player.
Oh man, you stole my Dak Prescott because I'm all the way in on every other year Dak Prescott. But as far as value, a guy that I think that can win people money, and you can wait till basically the late rounds to get this guy. Geno Smith, I think he's got great weapons around him. I think that Chip Kelly is going to run that blur offense, and they're going to try to lead the league in plays run. And I think they got great players at all positions. Brock Bowers, Ashton Genty. I love Jacoby Myers, Dante Thornton, Jack Besh. I think they're really starting to cook something up in Las Vegas, and I think he has a chance to finish as a QB1 for a guy that's going off the board at QB 26, 173 overall. My running back, CMC is my guy, but I feel like he's been steamed so far up that he's not quite a value anymore. So I'm going to go back to my tried and true guy, Kenneth Walker III. You're talking about a guy that has league-winning upside whenever he stays healthy, and you see what that run game looks like with Zach Charbonnet in the preseason. Well, imagine a guy that's way more athletic, with much better production over the course of his career, and a guy that people didn't realize, but he's also a great pass catcher, evidenced by his I think it was about 46 catches in 2024 in 11 games. You extrapolate that over a full season, we're talking about damn near 70 catches. We're getting into Alvin Kamara territory. So give me 17 games of KW3, and he is absolutely a guy that can jump into those Jahmyr Gibbs, Bijan Robinson type of tier. So give me all the KW3 at wide receiver. A lot of people were feeling really bad when the Bucs took this guy in the first round in this past draft. Mika Ibuka is in a great position to really smash early in 2025. There is very likely not going to be any Chris Godwin for at least the 4 games. I think he's going to be a pup candidate. He had another procedure on an ankle, and people forgot that Chris Godwin's ankle turned completely around. It was a terrible terrible looking injury. It was one of those injuries that you have to look away from. So give me Emeka Egbuka, who is going to slide right into that target rich role in the slot for Tampa Bay, one of the past happiest teams in the league. He's going to take over for Godwin until Godwin gets hurt, until Godwin gets back, and he may be the number one wide receiver by the time that happens. So give me all the Emeka Egbuka. I'm putting my flag on Emeka Egbuka in 2025 and going forward. And at tight end, it's a guy that's been Lamar Jackson's number one target basically his whole career. And he dropped a pass in the playoffs last year, and people forgot how good Mark Andrews actually is. So give me a guy that's been the number one target in a high scoring offense. Sorry, Zay Flowers, you ain't the number one guy. Mark Andrews is. Mark Andrews came into 2024 injured. And in the offseason, he also had a car accident that slowed him down. But by the end of the season, he was kicking ass. I think he's going to be the guy he was in the second half of 2024 for all of 2025. So these are guys that can help you win ships in 25.
All right, man. I love it. Mark Andrews was this is the third year that we've done it. I did it the first 2 years on my pod, Two Guys, One Pod. Last year, Mark Andrews was my tight end, bring home the bacon guy. So I absolutely love that call. I love the Kenneth Walker call. I mean, listen, I love the Dak Prescott call. I love, obviously, we know CeeDee Lamb. If you're saying you'll take CeeDee Lamb with the 101, that is unequivocally your guy. No question about it. So, man, that's
super
beautiful.
flex.
And I mean,
everything.
That's why you don't ever have quarterbacks.
No,
that's why your quarterbacks are always in trouble, bro.
Everything. Fuck it. We ball. We gotta go.
Well, so we just give the people the keys to generational wealth? You take the former wide receiver 1 overall, number 1 in a super flex league, then you come back and you get Geno Smith. All right, if you're doing a super flex redraft, pick 173. Did we just give the keys to generational wealth, boys?
It's all about playing the board. I'm a big chess player. It's all about playing the board. You come back in, you flip out, you come back in. It's all about strategy, baby. If you don't know how to play that board, the board gonna play you. That's a life lesson message.
Message. We got to get that sounder to drop. But before we get out of here, man, I can't thank you guys enough for having me, for coming on with me. You've had me on your show a couple of times. You've always shown me incredible hospitality. So, man, tell us where we can find all of you guys' work.
Go ahead, Rocco.
Oh yeah, you can find us. You can find our YouTube channel, Fourth and Fantasy. You can find us in our completely free Discord, which is also Fourth and Fantasy. And you can find us in the Twitter streets. I'm Rocco at Fourth and Fantasy, and my guy is running the actual Fourth and Fantasy page. Huncho is. So anything Fourth and Fantasy, Fourth THN Fantasy. If you put that into any search bar, you will find us and you will find all of our content.
Yeah, I'm gonna tweet out the link again, man. I can't thank you guys enough for coming on with us and just dropping some straight heat. So to recap, before you guys get out of here, Huncho went with Dak Prescott. He went with who's your running back again? Bijan Robinson. So he's giving you the number 1 overall at every position this year, right? Is that what we're doing?
Last year I told you to draft Bijan. This year I'm telling you to draft Bijan again.
Draft Bijan again.
If I had to go with a spicier take, it would be Chuba. But
I love it.
That would be my
job. Yeah. So you had Dak, you had CD, you stacked it up. Then at tight end, you went with Georgia boy Brock Bowers, and then at running back, you went with Bijan Robinson. Rocco, you went with Geno Smith, late round quarterback. You went running back, Kenneth Walker III, Kenny Three Sticks, a show favorite over on the FFD, the Dynasty channel, the FF Dynasty channel. At wide receiver, give us your wide receiver one more time.
Emeka Egbuka.
Rookie wide receiver, Emeka Egbuka. All right. I mean,
Rocking with
he's getting
rookie.
steamed up like a rocket ship right now. And with no Chris Godwin, or Chris Godwin, not potentially playing a full-time role for quite some time, that's an excellent pick. And then Mark Andrews, the all-time franchise leader in touchdown receptions for the Baltimore Ravens, is your bring home the bacon player at tight end. Fellas, I thank you. I truly thank you enough, man. Helping me, helping me out a ton coming on here. If you ever need anything from me, obviously, just let me know. And hey, you say Chef Doer 3 times and I appear out of nowhere. So,
Hell yeah. You know how we always like rocking with you. Love talking ball with you, my G. It's always a pleasure every time we hop on with each other. Much more content to become. Football's right around the corner. So this is, I believe, I always say when we go on anybody else's show is that I very much appreciated this time because it's a whole new era in the fantasy football community, and there's a lot of new faces and a lot of new takes out there. Absolutely love it for the creatives. Absolutely love it for the community. Tap in with us. We're out in these streets. We're on literally every social media platform out there. And once again, thank you for having us on, Chev, as always.
Man, I appreciate you, brother. I'll see you guys. So again, that's fourth in fantasy. That is, it's Siriaco at Siriaco Solar FF, all spelled out. We'll put those links in the description, and at Huncho Glenn with 2 N's on the Twitter X verse. Man, I can't think. I love those guys. I absolutely, every single time that we get together, I've done a couple shows with them. It is absolutely electrifying. But let's catch up before we bring our next guest on. Let's catch up to a little bit of what's been going on around the league. You had Jaden Higgins make an impressive catch. You had his teammate Jalen Noel have a great punt return, I believe. A lot of games going on right now. You got Carolina and Houston taking on. Carolina traveled to Houston to take on the Texans. They had a joint practice this week, and that was. Bama Bryce is back. Let me just say that right now. Bama Bryce is back. Alliteration aside, like he needs to be a QB2 or a QB3 on all your teams. If you're playing in any format of Superflex, I will accept no further answers. We were robbed of a Shedeur Sanders outing for today. Let me hit this smelling salt real quick so I can really lock in. Oh, it's good. Oh, it's good. So, anywho, yeah, we were robbed of a Chef Doer sighting because he strained his oblique in practice this week, but he did get to travel to Philadelphia and get Jalen Hurts' black book of one-liner quotes. So he's coming to a press conference soon near you. And I mean, we got the games going on right now. Obviously, I think TreVeyon Henderson just blew the doors off. I'm gonna try to get a quick highlight of TreVeyon Henderson to throw on here, man. If there's a guy who we can look back on, and people have been really, really bullish on TreVeyon Henderson for quite some time now, but he's just doing everything that we thought we would see out of him from Ohio State. I mean, he's an absolute unit of a human being. One of the best pass protector in the NFL, in the NFL draft, in a super deep running back class. And now you hear Josh McDaniels, you hear the players talking about what a difference maker his speed is. And it's just, I'm getting close, very, very close, having some aggressive visions about what TreVeyon Henderson could potentially be in 2025. If obviously this is all contingent upon Drake May taking a step forward, the offensive line not being one of the absolute worst in the entire NFL. But Yeah, I'm super excited. I'm super excited to watch what Travion Henderson does. He's one of the pivot point players. So I have a home league draft coming up tomorrow, and it's a keeper league. So you got a little bit of excitement in terms of the rookies, because you get to grab a rookie, and you've got that guy for basically like 5 years until it resets, and then you can reset again. I did this with Saquon a couple years ago. Well, as a rookie, I kept him through that entirety of the first contract, and then I was like, man, the Giants are just going to ruin a Hall of Fame career, and so I let him go too soon. Had to watch a guy who is one of the most dynamic talents at the running back position. Had to watch him just absolutely go nuclear for. I mean, obviously, go nuclear and prove that he's one of the best backs of a generation. So all that to say, you know, you have guys who are super talented who it doesn't always happen for, but trust the talent. Trust the talent. And with Travion Henderson, this talent is just absolutely incredible. So they're up right now, or excuse me, they're taking on the Minnesota Vikings right now. Like I said, in joint practice this week. I mean, he was an absolute dominator. I believe he caught a 70-yard touchdown in practice against the Vikings during joint practice. So I'm really excited to see what that looks like for him moving forward. I mean, he's just a difference maker. And, staying with the Patriots for a little while, the Stephon Diggs is another really interesting player. I know people were out because of the fact that he tore his ACL, but he was still really good last season, his first season and only season in Houston. They moved a bunch of money around to make his contract a 1-year contract. Now he goes and gets another bag from New England. He got 3 years, $69 million, if I'm not mistaken. So we're talking about a guy who's been one of the, if you're a reception perception snob, this is a guy who almost broke the model for several years, year over year. If you follow history, you remember that he arrived in Buffalo, and that's when Josh Allen went from being like a Konami code quarterback to the literal quarterback 1 overall, and it stayed that way until Joe Brady took over, and then they just stopped using Stephon Diggs altogether. He goes to Houston last year. He's 15 points a game, as you can see on the screen there. And then he tears his ACL, but it's a clean ACL tear. He's already running crazy routes and just full speed cuts like 4 or 5 months after the surgery. So I think he's in for a huge year this year, and I'm excited to see what he's able to do with Drake May, because if he's able to take a step forward and be that alpha that they can kind of move around the formation, I think he could catch 100 balls in this offense. We've seen it happen before with guys with lesser talent that were just keyed into a role. So you're looking at a guy like Stephon Diggs as a late round selection that could, as long as he's on the field, there's no question about it, he's going to return on ADP. So Diggs is a guy that I can't stop selecting because of how talented and what he could be if we just give him a chance. If he's healthy, finally, like if he stays healthy, he's gonna return value. So really excited about Stephon Diggs this year. Another guy that I feel like we haven't, that doesn't really get any sort of love is in that offense is Hunter Henry. Hunter Henry is a guy who, big, strong, fast, like pretty much a, forgotten man. Was great against man-to-man coverage last year in terms of yards per route run, and they're probably going to see some more man coverage because here's the thing. I'm curious to see how teams are going to play Drake May this year, because his scramble rate was one of the highest in the NFL. In his first 4 starts, he had the 6th most rushing yards since the year 2000 amongst quarterbacks. And the arm talent is obvious. Like, he was out there making Kayshon Boutte, which, again, we're all fans of the Booty Warrior, but we're not saying that he's on the same level as Stephon Diggs. So a guy like Drake May, I'm really interested to see how teams play him. again, Hunter Henry was dynamite against man coverage last year. So if they're going to see a ton of man again, which they could early on because teams are like, oh, well, white legs, he can't run. But he could be the real version of Vanilla Vic. I know everybody used to call Daniel Jones that, but Drake May is one of those guys that absolutely could have Konami code upside. 7.7 yards a carry, 420 yards rushing, 421 yards rushing in 13 games last year. So that's one of those things that intrigues me. We're going to talk about Drake May a little bit later. Spoiler alert, but I'm anxious to see what this offense looks like because you've got two running backs that could be really good if Ramondre Stevenson stops fumbling. You've got a receiver that has been top 12 wide receiver for fantasy and probably still is one of the best separators in the league, even if he's not peak Stephon Diggs from 5 years ago, still one of the best separators in the league. So you've got Diggs, you've got Hunter Henry, you've got Travion Henderson, who's kind of the icing on the cake that, any given play, he could turn into a 75-yard touchdown. That's kind of what he did at Ohio State. And it seemed to work better after his breakout freshman year to work him in tandem. He works in tandem with Quinshon Judkins, another guy who I was very high on in the process. I was actually higher on Quinshon Judkins from a dynasty perspective than I was Travion, just because I thought Quinshon Judkins profiled more as a workhorse. Now we got the news of Quinshon Judkins being no longer in any sort of legal trouble. Now we see if Father Goodell comes down with the hammer from a personal conduct perspective, but that would be a little out of the ordinary in terms of what their protocol is or how their MO with handling some of these instances. So be interesting to see if he gets some games. He's expected to join the team shortly. So, we don't condone any of the allegations in any way, shape, or form as far as like what could possibly be going, what could have possibly happened. But from a real football perspective, from a fantasy perspective, we can expect to see Quinshon Judkins. I don't know why I just randomly threw out a Trayvon Diggs reference there. He had 11 picks once. That was cool, I guess. But yeah, Quinshon Judkins is going to be on the field. I had moved him down to my do not draft list, which is like the 12th round. I moved him down into the same area as Joe Mixon, Texans running back, because Joe Mixon is just, we're not doing this with Joe Mixon. I've been a Joe Mixon apologist for years. I've been telling people that Joe Mixon is good, but people just don't seem to they didn't seem to care. And he was great last year, but now we're talking about a guy who's on the non-football injury list, the NFI, with a foot injury that they're using electroshock therapy for, apparently. And so we don't have any sort of update. He hasn't practiced all throughout training camp. They've signed Nick Chubb. They brought in Woody Marks in the 4th round. It's just not Joe Mixon's a click that I don't feel comfortable making in any way, shape, or form, because he's just like, we don't know. Again, he dealt with nagging injuries last year. He dealt with the high ankle sprain after the dynamic week 1. He's a 29-year-old running back who's coming off of an injury, who's currently injured. And the one thing that you can't do is score fantasy points if you're inactive. So I can't in good conscience have people, have people drafting Joe Mixon, a guy who I've championed for years and years and years, that just won't be on the football field. I don't know how else to explain it. Like he's not practicing football. They don't have a timeline for his return. He's on the non-football injury list, and it's just bad vibes. So my advice to anybody looking to invest in the Houston Texans offensive ecosystem, if you will, my advice would be to draft as many of the wide receivers. They get cheaper and cheaper and cheaper by the moment. So draft those wide receivers and profit. Nico Collins has wide receiver 1 overall upside. He was on pace for 2,000 yards before he pulled his hamstring and missed 5 weeks. And then the offense got all, cattywampus and just out of order and he was never the same, but he was still really good. He managed to go over 1,000 yards, even still in 12 games, which is an elite mark. And I think that he's set up for success. I don't see Jaden Higgins is a complement, a function of the, he's going to function as a deterrent to people clouding coverage to him, doubling him, trying to take away Nico Collins as one of the most dynamic threats. So I'm just gonna buy the Texans passing offense. I'm back in on CJ Stroud. CJ Stroud was criminally mispriced in 2024, going off the board in best ball as the quarterback 4 or 5. And that was always a mistake. And that's not shade, because I think that, he's not good. I mean, he's a rookie quarterback. He's a rookie quarterback that has won a playoff game his first 2 seasons. And so I don't think that there's any way that in good conscience you could say, hey, I think that, CJ Stroud is going to be, CJ Stroud's going to be a bust. But I do think that at this price point, QB 18 right now, or actually QB, where is he? Where we got? Let's go down. Hold on. I've got him QB 18, so he's right outside the 13th round right now. As I'm working through my top 200 rankings, I've got about 150 in there, and I think I would take him. Over a guy like Jordan Love, just because I think that they're going to. Jordan Love was, after the injury, one of the run heaviest game script dependent, run heaviest offenses in the entire NFL. I think Josh Jacobs is set up to smash again. That's the reason why I'm less bullish on Matthew Golden. I did like Matthew Golden a lot coming out of the University of Texas, but I'm fine with CJ Stroud because I think that this is going to be the year that they actually open it up a little bit. They let go of their offensive coordinator, Bobby Slowick, who was in line for a ton of coaching jobs after 2024. It was him and Ben Johnson. They both go back to their respective locations. And then now we saw how it played out with the Texans last year. So that was very disappointing. What else is going on here? Let's see. Let's take a brief moment to whip around the league and see what's what. Let's see what's happening here with the Indianapolis and Green Bay situation. Please tell me Anthony Richardson looks like an NFL quarterback. Please tell me he looks like an NFL quarterback. I'm not ready to quit Anthony Richardson totally, just because I wasn't ready to quit. I wasn't ready to quit on Bryce Young after year 1. The problem I've always had with Anthony Richardson is just he hasn't played enough snaps. He hadn't played enough snaps at quarterback. Like, one thing when I evaluate, when I start, watching quarterbacks and before I look at any advancement, I want to know how many games they started. And I'm a Florida fan. So being a Florida fan, it's really difficult for me to watch a guy who couldn't win the job outright. He gets 1 year. It's about as frustrating as it could possibly be, because you see what what time in roll, to borrow a corporate term, what time and roll looks like for a guy like Anthony Richardson. He's going to take the step forward. Excuse me. I've got a burp for some reason. Let's hit the smelling salts again so that I can lock back in. Yeah. You hear that? That's the sound of victory. I got the draft. I just got the notification. The draft's going to pop up in 1 hour. Yeah. So, oh yeah. Yeah. That's what it feels like. That's what it feels like in your brain when you inhale smelling salts. So, yeah, really excited there. I'm really pumped up about what could potentially happen with the Indianapolis Colts this year if they're just not a bottom dweller. Like, if they're not a bottom 5 offense, all of these guys are criminally mispriced. Like, right now, I've got Anthony Richardson and a one quarterback available in, the 12-11. That's quarterback 17. So I've got him ahead of CJ Stroud just because he's going to run the ball more. Now, does that matter if you can't complete passes in American tackle football? No, not so much. Not so much. It's it's just one of those things that makes it difficult. It makes it difficult to really to prognosticate, because here's the thing. We all got over our skis. Anthony Richardson was another guy that was being steamed up to the moon. Ooh, look at that DJ Giddens average right quick. 6 for 28, 4.7 a carry. What a stud. But we're big DJ Giddens people. I'm actually about to bring a guy on, Jeremiah Retzlaff, who's been banging the drum for Mr. DJ Giddens for as long as I can remember throughout the process. We worked on a draft guide together, and he was vocal, very vocal about DJ Giddens and liking his ability to separate. I mean, I think Todd McShay at some point called him the glitch. And so, he's just he's just a guy that I think he solidified himself in that RB2 role. I think that he's going to represent himself very well when we're talking about a guy who is absolutely going to play a major factor, because Jonathan Taylor can't seem to stay healthy. I know that it's not good, or it's smooth-brained activity to predict injury, but we've seen it enough with Jonathan Taylor. He gets these nicked up, and I think DJ Giddens is going to give us meaningful touches until until he's able to, I don't know. I apologize. I'm trying to read through this deal right now, but I think he's going to have meaningful weeks. I think he's going to have touches and he's going to earn touches as the backup. And then if Jonathan Taylor misses time and you stick this guy into a full-time role, I'm not worried about Tyler Goodson. I'm not worried about Khalil Herbert. I'm not worried about anyone else in that backfield, usurping him for the RB2 role. So really excited to see what DJ Giddens is going to represent. Rookie out of Kansas State, 5th round pick, 151 overall, as you can see on the board, 4.43, 10.10 broad jump. I believe he had like a 9.28 RAS score or something along those lines coming out of the combine. Really athletic guy. And he's a player that I didn't see 4.43 when I watched him initially, but once he has it, he's like, oh, that makes a little bit of sense in terms of like his ability to kind of turn on the jets and squeeze through and make people miss in small spaces. And I mean, he single-handedly, I say it tongue in cheek because it's a joke, but I still think that what he did to Shiloh Sanders in the Colorado versus Kansas State game last year is the reason that Shiloh Sanders went undrafted, because he put him in the Pensacola pretzel. So it was, 9.78 RAS score for DJ Giddens as I was looking that up. Like I said, 10-10 broad jump, 40, he ran a 4.43, 39.5-inch vertical, just an absolute unit. So he's a guy that I think you're watching the future of the position for the Indianapolis Colts, especially if it goes really poorly. I think that they're going to clean house, and DJ Giddens could be staring you in the face as a guy with a lot of early down opportunity as early as 2026 for dynasty. But for redraft, you draft Jonathan Taylor, maybe your last round pick is DJ Giddens. You don't want to be that guy that's going to have to spend 70% of their fab going into, God, my hat's crooked. Strange. But you don't want to be that guy that's having to spend having to spend all their fab because Jonathan Taylor got injured, we know that he's probably going to miss time. So be early to the party, don't be late. So I'm really excited to see what he represents. I'm waiting to get Jeremiah in right now. There we are.
What's up? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Are you good?
There's like a lag. Something's going on.
Yeah, it's gonna lag. It's gonna lag a little bit.
All right. Yeah. Hey, man, I love DJ Giddens. I'm hearing you talk about him. 17.5%. Absolutely love him. 80 Mitchell, 16.7% exposure that I have. I heard you talking. Anthony Richardson looked phenomenal. He had a great throw today. It wasn't 80 Mitchell. I think it was Alec Gold. So right on, Chev. DJ Giddens right now, round 18 ADP. You love to see it.
So yeah, that's the thing with DJ Giddens is like I feel like I'm taking crazy pills because I'm like, hey man, maybe we grab one of the running backs. He's kind of the forgotten man in this super deep running back class, right? Like we like DJ Giddens when we were just watching film, and then we like DJ Giddens after the combine, and then he goes to the Colts, and all of a sudden it's like, oh, gross, Colts. Ew, what are we doing? And it's just one of those things that just doesn't make a ton of sense. So I think DJ Giddens, like I said, I have the same opinion about. I don't know if we've talked about this directly, but I had the same opinion about Trey Benson last year when these big, really fast, athletic guys get on to teams, like they're going to, and they have an incumbent guy, an older guy in Trey Benson's case, like James Conner. And, JT's not older, but he's 26 and he's dealt with a lot of nagging injuries, nothing major, knock on wood. But I'm really excited about what he could represent just for like a 1 week rental and like perfect for best ball. You guys don't know, this is Jeremiah Retzlaff, host of Best Ball Night School, and we host like 4 shows together. So I wanted to get him on. We talk a little best ball, talk a little DJ Giddens, just talk about the vibes of what's going on right now. There's 8 games on today. There's American tackle football happening, and I wanted to be present and active and talking about what's going on. So where do you want to start? I know I put on the show sheet, we talk about the 49ers and building a super duper empire stack with those guys. But I mean, we can go wherever you want here.
Well, let's just keep the momentum going with what you were saying, and we can segue into that, Chev. But a little bit more on DJ Giddens. RJ Harvey, pre-NFL draft, if we get the landing spot of DJ Giddens to the Denver Broncos, we are as hyped as we are now about RJ Harvey with DJ Giddens. We just ran out with pure bad luck on DJ Giddens, but that provides us an opportunity. Round 18, you can get DJ Giddens. It's like this glitch that's happening. Jonathan Taylor, he could end up getting hurt for a few games. That ankle could absolutely hit him a couple of games, and you are getting some huge boost for DJ Giddens. He may be DJ Giddens undrafted in the redraft streets. So keep an eye on him. Brashard Smith's another person you want to come away with. I know you love him, Chev. But
yes, sir.
I'm right there with you on DJ Giddens. And in Dynasty, why not stash? Get him in the 3rd round, possibly in the 4th round in those rookie drafts. And it's just one of those things where it's a time payout because the only thing that's stopping DJ Giddens is what's in front of him. So it dulls us a little bit to the excitement. Another example, here's a prime player who is just like DJ Giddens. Zach Charbonnet, we had high hopes of him. DJ Giddens here, it's a deep running back class. But we had high hopes of Zach Charbonnet. Remember, he landed behind Kenneth Walker. And then everybody said, oh, man, that lossy appeal, it just waned right there. And now there's that excitement that lifts for Zach Charbonnet, which we saw last night. Charbonnet scored a touchdown. We saw last year the absence of Kenneth Walker. 11 games played by Ken Walker. Zach Charbonnet lit it up. That game against the Cardinals comes to mind. And DJ Giddens can absolutely be that. And we also have another out. Theo Greminger talks about a blackjack split, a split off where you have 2 backs in the same backfield, and it can pay off in best ball, it can pay off in redraft. Jonathan Taylor, if the Colts are really struggling and they're in a transition year, they may end up being able to deal somebody like Jonathan Taylor and then you would have asymmetrical upside for DJ Giddens, and you would also have a pure run out for a healthy Jonathan Taylor on a brand new team. So I would be very happy about it. We could have plenty of injuries that can occur in the NFL as far as planning goes. And I would also say to those of you at home, Chev, you were talking about this is a redraft show. You are at August 16th, and week 1 is in early September. Duck those kickers at least, maybe even your defense, and have 2 extra spots. Stash these running backs, stash a DJ Giddens, because in the meantime, in these next 3 weeks, we could get some kind of a report. Remember a few years ago, Cam Akers with the Rams gets hurt. It was much earlier in the offseason, but the same effect applies. It can still happen to these running backs. So duck your kickers, duck your defense unless you have somebody like the Denver Broncos, right? You want to keep them. Find unique ways if you can stash until the beginning of the season, and it may just pay out. And then you're able to cut somebody else on your roster and keep that late stash. You may even get to do it after your draft.
Yeah. And that's one thing that I always do. And I've seen schools of thought online where people are like, well, no, you shouldn't be able to carry an illegal lineup. And it's like, guys, like if you're gonna whine about carrying a legal lineup, just get rid of defense and kickers and just add a flex spot. Like let's just stop the nonsense, right? Let's cut it off, right? Like, oh, you have to leave with a kicker and a defense. Well, what if one of the best players on the defense gets hurt? And now, a unit, like a historically great unit like the Seattle Seahawks, Legion of Boom, loses Bobby Wagner. And now you're stuck with Bobby Wagner because you had to have a legal lineup, 20 days before the actual draft kicks off. So it's like, what are we doing here? I want to take those stabs. You brought up another guy that we've both been really, really bullish on from the Colts. Yeah. I mean, it's weird for me saying it online. Like sometimes I don't know why. Like I hear other people say it and it's just, all the time, but it's weird for me to say like, yeah, we've been bricked up about AD Mitchell for quite some time. And, it started out slow and I was like, man, I really don't like what I'm seeing from AD Mitchell. But then all of a sudden, like a switch flipped. And for like the last 2 weeks, AD Mitchell has been lighting it up. So tell us about kind of AD Mitchell's price point and what your thoughts are as far as what he could represent this year.
Hey, and if you love this material, what Chev and I are talking about, tune into Trade Gods, which will drop on Tuesday. We covered some AD Mitchell. I love Adonai Mitchell to a sickness, to a degree. I've laid him in some 1,000-yard receiving props, which probably isn't good, but I like it. You can actually leverage against Josh Downs' early injury status with the hamstring, and somebody's got to get out of the way, and it could be out of the way and by play. AD Mitchell can play, and somebody can get out of the way via injury. So there's pass, it's ambiguous. There's going to be a lot of benefit in this Colts team from fantasy all around. Just look at the quarterback room. We just talked about it with DJ Giddens and Jonathan Taylor. There's so many outs and avenues, and it extends to the receiver position. AD Mitchell, though, year 1, no wild breakout. We go back, 4.34 40-yard dash, 97th percentile, speed score, burst score, all in the upper 90 percentiles. 55 targets last year, 10th in ADOT, and can Alec Pierce get out of the way? 32-inch arm length, same as George Pickens. They're within an inch and 5 pounds of each other as far as their size goes. They were drafted exactly at the 52nd overall pick, Pickens and AD Mitchell. To me, the separation is there, and open air yards that were uncatchable last year. AD Mitchell, Scott Barrett tweeted this out. AD Mitchell, 52% of those, the highest. The second is somebody that you love plenty, and that's Rome Odunze. We're hearing about AD Mitchell just cooking guys left and right. You go on X right now, you do a search. I've done it today. AD Mitchell and Adonai Mitchell. You want to type them both out. Look for top and then look for latest, and you're just going to see just piece by piece. It's from fans, it's from writers, people covering the team. AD Mitchell is lighting up things in Colts training camp, in these joint practices, and I'm very excited. I have a 2-touchdown ticket for week 1 for AD Mitchell. 5 pays out 115. I'm going to run that all season because that's bound to hit at some point, and I am very excited. Plus 1,200 AD Mitchell for 1,000 yards this year. It's a long shot, absolutely. But in round 18, Chev, you initially said, talk about price point. Round 18, why not take a stab at him? He could absolutely be a player who pays off tremendously and shifts the momentum on your best ball drafts and your redrafts. Think of your last round picks in redraft. If they pay off just 3 weeks, you have a huge advantage. We like to pick every single selection and think we're going to run out pure, right? Every guy's going to hit. But do this exercise now. Go back to a redraft you had last year and look at your last 3 rounds picks, maybe even your last 5 rounds picks, and you'll realize, like, oh man, I just churned that team entirely different. Who you start with is not who you end with. But you might as well start with somebody in round 18 like A.D. Mitchell.
Dude, I could not agree with you more. Obviously, we both have been big A.D. Mitchell guys. It's the landing spot. It's the Colts. The Colts are just gross right now. Like, absolutely hands off.
And
But this
provides opportunity.
Yes, that's exactly what I was going to say. I was like, this is the keys to generational wealth, is like being willing to take stabs on cheap players in an offense that nobody wants any parts of, because it doesn't feel good. The projections aren't going to be kind to you if you decide to make super stacks out of guys like, A.D. Mitchell and Tyler Warren, and taking late round Anthony Richardson. Anthony Richardson's like was a last round pick. I know he hadn't risen as much on the best ball solver that we use for the episode, but he's been
right now middle round 15, Chev, still.
Yeah, like that's for what the upside that he could give you, the upside that Anthony Richardson represents in this offense. If it's just not trash, if it's just not the worst passing offense that we've quite literally ever seen, what could that mean for a guy like Tyler Warren? Like, where are you at on Tyler Warren? How do you feel about Tyler Warren? Are you clicking the button? Have you been clicking the button on Mr. Warren, Coach Retzlaff?
Yes, 10% exposure just in I've got 235 teams that I've got Colts exposure for post NFL draft. I have some pre NFL, I got some super flex in there, but the majority of what I got going on, 235 drafts, 10% there on Tyler Warren. The thing is, he's in that triage of Tucker Kraft, David Njoku. Colson Loveland is around there. Depending on how your team build is, a little bit later, I'll wait off on somebody like Tyler Warren, because if I have Dak Prescott, you have Jake Ferguson, Jaden Blue, who can be there. So sometimes that's just your tight end build dynamics. But in redraft, I think you have to be all bricked up for Tyler Warren in fantasy. And the thing is, he had 216 rushing yards, and he had carries last year as a tight end. Yes. And I've seen a little bit of it. I think I've seen Chigokonko get them. Jonnu Smith is somebody who I think should actually get carries. There are certain players, tight ends, who I think you should run a little bit of RPO with. And Tyler Warren seems to have that dynamism that it's just going to be instant opportunity. And between Loveland and Warren, I think, again, it's that ambiguity of what's going on with the quarterback position. So, again, that breeds opportunity. And the one thing, as I'm coming across all the teams, all our analysis as we get to the finish line towards week 1, and then, of course, that's a different race, is the fact that the Colts, so much is going to hinge in 2025 on the Colts. And it sounds disgusting, but when you look across what's there, there's so much potential that can be unfurled. And somebody like Anthony Richardson, who's been looking much better, he had that injury scare, of course, that sack that everybody remembers. And the rub on him is that for Anthony Richardson, hey, you're not a fundamental guy. You're really struggling there. And there's a lot of improvement that's not happening. And there's a huge concern, sure. But he does seem to be improving and putting it together and getting better. You're seeing improved throws. There's more maturity and focus, which I think we need to commend players. As much as we like to bust on them for how bad they've been, we got to say, hey, this growth is there. Same thing with somebody like Jameson Williams. We're seeing that growth in that path. Somebody who I would like to see that for is Jordan Addison. Jordan Addison is playing kind of funny with his career. he's really got to lock in post suspension, because in about a year's time, there'll be that thought of the 5th-year option and contract time. So Jordan Addison, somebody who I think is going to lock in, and that's a little bit tangential. But back to Anthony Richardson, he's at a crossroads, and I think he's dialing in on that. And Chev, you and I have talked all off season. Daniel Jones, Anthony Richardson. I've been high on Daniel Jones, but I've had to be liquid. It's funny enough, in Superflex, I've got bags of Daniel Jones. In Dynasty, I've got plenty. But in best ball, I have gotten quarterback exposure, Anthony Richardson up to 16%, almost 17%. It's him, Drake May, and Dak Prescott are my 3 leading quarterbacks. How about you?
But I can't tell you how much I love that. I mean, so with a guy like Dak Prescott, like you're basically making the bet on just a veteran bounce back. So every other year, we've talked about it on Trade Gods, we've talked about it on Crossover, we've talked about it on a number of the shows that we do together. Every other year, Dak Prescott is money for fantasy. It's like people don't care or they forgot. 2023, Dak Prescott's the QB3 overall, and just absolutely lights everything on fire. And then 2024, it was never going to work. So it would be even grosser right now of a click for Dak Prescott, because he was so putrid. In the 9 games I want to say that he played, he tore his hamstring against the Falcons, and that still wasn't, even then, like we never got those explosion performances like he had in 2023, where CeeDee Lamb went for 200 yards or something crazy like that against the Lions on Monday Night Football. Like we never got those performances from Dak Prescott. So I love that. But here's the deal. When you take a guy like Dak Prescott, you want to pair them with a young upside QB with legs, true legs, like a Drake May, like an Anthony Richardson, because we can't get to the truth. My producer on the show has been one of my best friends since I was 13 years old. And our defensive coordinator always used to say this one thing that stuck with me now for over 20 years. It's like, nothing's as good as it seems. Nothing's as bad as it seems, but somewhere in between reality lies. And so is Anthony Richardson as good as, finishing as the QB5 on the week when he gets knocked out of a game in the second quarter? Probably not. But is he as bad as what he was last year? Absolutely not. And we're seeing him inch his way towards the guy that can make or break a fantasy week. It's happening right before our eyes, and I feel like people just don't care. I saw a tweet from maybe Scott Barrett or someone the other day where it's talking about fantasy points gained by rushing, and like the deviation was something ridiculous. But the number 1 and 2 guys in terms of points scored fantasy wise, like percentage of points scored fantasy wise from rushing, it was Lamar Jackson. I believe Lamar Jackson was number 1, Jalen Hurts was number 2, and Anthony Richardson was 3rd. So it's like, man, if he's just league average, doesn't have to be anything special. Just if he's just league average as a player, this is a guy who's going to represent, he's going to have top 5 to 10 upside. And I can't get past that. I just don't think that there's any way, shape, or form that he's going to disappoint us if we're asking for a guy who, was a top 5 pick, who the organization wants to succeed, who is, a literal freak. He's one of the most athletic quarterbacks we've ever seen. And like, let's just not write him off. I'm biased because I tend to not want to believe in my guys. Like, I'm a huge Florida fan, as I said before, but I tend not to want to just be too bullish about, or bricked up about guys that I think, have the talent to turn it around, but I don't know that it's going to turn around. But Anthony Richardson is cheap enough in redraft that you can have this guy on your team and it doesn't change anything. So we've talked quite a bit about Anthony Richardson. Where do you want to go from here, Jer? Do you think that you want to talk some Christian McCaffrey? You want to talk some 49ers? You want to talk about how those guys are, it's the cheapest super duper stack. Like obviously we know about the Burrows and the T Higgins and you can literally go Jamar Chase, Chase Brown, T Higgins, and then come back in the 4th or 5th round with Joe Burrow and build a Bengals super stack. But you can do the same thing. You can do the exact same thing with the 49ers, and it could be better.
And you can actually push Burrow down to the 6-7. I've seen that happen. But to your point, Chev, with Brock Purdy, it's a super stack team, and the ambiguity of Pearsall, Ayuk, and Jennings all helps it. Funny enough, Brandon Ayuk, he's finally down to mid-round 10. He had been in round 8. He just wasn't moving anywhere ADP wise. You weren't even getting any kind of budge on him. And we're thinking week 6. But then how long until Brandon Ayuk can ramp up? More of a dynasty play, I would say. Redraft, avoid, unless you feel like you can stash and put on the IR. But I think there may be other players that present better opportunity to go on to the IR. Tajay Spears maybe starts out. Isaiah Likely might be out, but just for like a week or two, and then you can park them. If you have those 1 week IR spots and redraft, that's probably a better allocation and better use. But really, it's the Christian McCaffrey and George Kittle show. You can set your first 3 rounds in single QB and get George Kittle. And of course, George Kittle will go a little bit later, just boost down a little bit with all those quarterbacks coming up. Brock Purdy goes in the middle of round 9. So essentially, you're setting up your entire team. You have plenty of opportunity on the elevator up to stack with Brock Purdy, which we want to stack in some redraft. Not as much maybe in best ball because we're locking in on best ball, right? So there's a little bit of a DFS concept. But you got to think, you have so many opportunities to elevator ride your way up to stacking and capping Brock Purdy in round 9, because you have CMC in round 1, Kittle in round 4, and then you have Jennings going in the 7th. I mentioned Ayuk all the way in the 10th now, so Ayuk has actually fallen behind Purdy. That took forever to happen. And then Ricky Pearsall is actually rising up to early round 6. My question to you, Chev, tell me, how much is Juwan Jennings' calf injury a contract issue towards Ricky Pearsall, who we like his prospect profiler? He had a receiver 7 overall and receiver 14 overall finish those final 2 weeks. So we got a small sample, and if we want to extrapolate, we can get trapped on extrapolation. But in the 49ers offense, like the 49ers and Green Bay are 2 teams that have such similar run out. I know you love Tucker Kraft and Kittle at parallels there, just cheaper Tucker Kraft to George Kittle. But I want to know, Chev, is it Ricky Pearsall who you want, or is it going to be third in Juwan Jennings when the contract situation gets sorted out? Or do you buy that this is a calf injury for Juwan Jennings and you want to run Pearsall as far as receiver goes? Because we know, I think we're in alignment. CMC and Kittle, lock it up. It's a no-brainer on them.
Yes. Yeah. So like we're about to do a draft in an hour, and I'll be tickled to death if I got the 10th pick. If Christian McCaffrey falls there, I would be super excited. But to answer your question, I can't help but to, again, I try not to be super duper bullish on the guys like Ricky Pearsall that I was really high on because he was a University of Florida guy. I try not to be too outlandish, but there's just too much signal as to us ignoring a guy who could be really good at American tackle football and Ricky Pearsall. Like, he gets the ramp up period where he's just kind of getting his legs back underneath him after being shot and missing, 7 or 8 weeks, to start the season. Or I think he started playing in week 4, but there was a ramp up because he had to go through and get back into football shape, and they allowed him to do that. But then when they actually featured him, it was really good. So we don't have to extrapolate to make him good. The team tells you that they think he's good. First round pick for a team that went to the Super Bowl that already had Brandon Ayuk and Deebo Samuel. Then he comes out when he's finally featured in the offense. He's wide receiver 7, wide receiver 14. Then we go into this offseason. They trade Deebo Samuel. Brandon Ayuk's likely going to start on the pup. What has it looked like traditionally for the Shanahan offense, you could go to Washington, you can go to his stop in Atlanta where they went to the Super Bowl. They're going to feature a wide receiver, even if, regardless of, how heavily targeted George Kittle, which I do believe George Kittle and CMC are number 1 and number 2 in terms of pecking order, and you can flip-flop them depending on how you wanted to view it. But even if we're talking about Ricky Pearsall being third in that offense, it's going to be one of the most efficient offenses in the entire NFL. Brock Purdy already has a 7% touchdown rate spike season, and it tends to happen like in these offenses. It tends to happen with guys like Brock Purdy, a guy like Matt Ryan, who can deliver the ball down the field over the middle. He can put the ball wherever he needs to, and he's able to extend plays and keep it alive even more than Matt Ryan was. So you could be in on this 49er stack and get a guy like Ricky Pearsall. I'm reaching around early, potentially, depending on how the board plays out. I have Ricky Pearsall as my wide receiver 27 right now. So I'm really excited about this guy. I was out and I was trolling my buddy Dustin about it. I was out. But at this point, Jawan Jennings, calf injury, I contract the calfolitis or whatever it is. I'm in on Ricky Pearsall. I think that he could. I've got him at wide receiver 27, but I think he could be a top 24 wide receiver in this offense.
Hey, there you have it, everybody. Chev is reaching around for Ricky Pearsall. How can you not be bricked up for that, man? Hey, your words, baby. Your words.
Hey, that's crazy.
I was sitting on there. I was like, oh, I got your ass, man. George Kittle, 7 years in a row, tight end 6 or better on fantasy points per game. What's the issue with George Kittle? Just he could get banged up sometimes. And other than that, being off the field is really the only enemy of George Kittle. Production, he's still 31 years of age. He's very young. He'll be 32 in a couple of months. So it'll be his 32 season. We don't worry, ironically enough, with how violent the tight end position is. As the players refine how they play, I think they just get smarter in leverage in how they maneuver through defenders to get open, whether it's physicality in knowing how to approach defenders and then understanding how to find little pockets in the zone for the reception. So George Kittle is absolutely going to thrive. And if you run your first 3 picks, running back to receivers to running backs receiver, and you go with George Kittle, it's just a great way to cap. It's just like an opposite play against the people who go Brock Bowers in round 1 and Trey McBride in round 2. So you are fighting in these drafts. But when you see at 4 o'clock, Chev, and you do have a draft, there is going to be a dynamic, and maybe you and Casey can talk about it, where, all right, how do you approach the Brock Bowers manager and how they're drafting, the McBride manager, how they're drafting, and then what is the way to fight that back with somebody like George Kittle in round 4? I'd be interested to see those 3 teams. Granted, maybe there'd be a sicko who would double tap Bowers, McBride, but there's going to be 3 teams in a lot of your redrafts where it's Bowers, McBride, Kittle. And I think that would just be an interesting comparison on how to successfully team build, because something that is occurring to me, and tell me if you feel this way, Chev, fantasy football is so deep this year positionally all over the place to where I think regardless of 1 through 12, because people talk about, the 106 or 107 is the worst pick. I think based on the way the talent pool lies, you can draft structurally several different ways, and that will still be the path to winning in 2025. So what I'm saying is there isn't going to be necessarily one structure that takes over. I think there's just going to be so many ways that players can build their teams and have winning outcomes, and you'll see it in a larger portfolio play out this year.
Yeah. I totally agree with that. I've been the guy who is willing to forego, as much as I love Trey McBride and as much as I love Brock Bowers, I've been willing to forego both of those guys and then just say, all right, cool. I know George Kittle is going to be available in the 3rd round. So I could secure, if I wanted to go heavy running back, bang, running back, George Kittle 3rd round. Then we're talking about, taking another one of my guys at receiver in the 4th round. You could go rookie. You could go. Oh, who?
I've got a question off that. What you're saying?
Yeah. Who? I can't tell you who because the guys might.
Oh,
I'm
no,
about to
no.
do a draft.
Oh, okay. So
I'm
this
kidding.
was
I'm kidding.
okay.
Ask your question.
This was the question. This was the question though, and it kind of leads in this natural flow of discussion. If you go up to that point where you go Ham at running back, you go George Kittle. What's the latest receiver that you'll go and be comfortable to be your number 1 wide receiver to start? Like, hey, you skipped on CD Lamb, you skipped on Tyreek Hill. How far do you push in a draft? You know, go 0 receiver and feel comfortable building your first wide receiver. Is it Jameson Williams?
It would be Jameson Williams. I'd go a step further and say Teteroa McMillan.
So a little bit further down, Tet falling.
I'm looking at my rankings right now, and I have Teteroa McMillan at wide receiver 15. I have him ahead of Jameson Williams. I have him ahead of George Pickens.
On Underdog versus you, Underdog has him Tet wide receiver 19.5 PPR.
Yeah. I've seen it. I've seen enough from him to think that what he represents in that offense could absolutely play out to be just a slam dunk pick. And I think that he's going to represent for years just a stalwart. As Mike Evans is on the way out, he's going to be the big pineapple. He's the guy that's going to be consistent year in, year out. I mean, 2 1,300+ yard seasons his last 2 years at Arizona, and a 700-yard freshman season, which qualifies for like 99th percentile breakout outcomes. So yeah, that's as far as I'll go. I don't have. That's the thing, is I don't have to go further.
Don't have to.
Yes. I don't have to go further. Like Teteroa is available in like the 5th round most of the time, and I'm saying, hey, if George Kittle's my flag plant in the 3rd round, in the 4th round, I'm coming back with Teteroa McMillan, and then I start to fill my receivers out after a heavy running back start. So yeah, I'm very bullish on Teteroa McMillan. I should have made him my bring home the bacon guy, but I chose not to because I wanted to talk about the guy that I've been banging the drum for quite some time. So really excited about that. Jeremiah, do you want to kick us off and just lead us into your bring home the bacon video that you recorded for us? Who are you bricked up for? Just give us a quick preview, because we're gonna go into your bring home the bacon player, but give us a quick preview of why you chose this guy.
Now,
this selection of guys.
Now, are you going to play the video later, or you want to just hear my?
You can talk about it, and then we're gonna play it.
Oh, beautiful, sex. Yeah, QB, and then I'll head on my way. I don't want to overstay my welcome. It's been a pleasure. I know Casey's going to come by 4:00, so love you guys. Thank you, FFD, for having me. Bring home the bacon. To your point, plenty of players who are eligible at the receiver position. That was probably the toughest one. I had a couple different that we'll talk about in a moment. QB is Drake May. Drake May is going to be next year's Jalen Hurts, Joe Burrow tier, and you'll hear more about that in a moment. Braylon Allen, he's going to run pure running back. I'm not picking Devon Achane. I'm picking guys who you can pick later in your drafts and get tremendous value. And we're going to look at 2026. Where's the price point going to be? It is going to be more expensive for Drake May, Braylon Allen, and then my third is Calvin Ridley, is this year's Terry McLaurin. I'll let you hear the why behind that, but I've been saying it since tax season, before anybody else can say, hey, that's been around. You know why it's been around? Because I've been saying it. And David Njoku for me, top 3 tight end. In that Tucker Kraft tier, there's plenty of arguments. We talked about Tyler Warren. David Njoku is just going to be this disgusting glitch with this disgusting quarterback room, kind of like what the Colts have going on, but worse. Have plenty of beer in the fridge, Browns fans, but David Njoku and Jerry Jeudy are absolutely going to eat. David Njoku is the cheapest in the Browns of players who I think are just going to thrive off of volume, We have some Cedric Tillman truther, alert out there, but really the prime pure players are going to be Jerry Jeudy, David Njoku. Beyond that, it could absolutely get ugly. And for what's going to be pretty, it's going to be David Njoku, top 3 tight ends. So thank you, Chev. Thank you, everybody, for having me. Much love.
Tell us where we can find all your work, even though we do quite a bit of stuff together.
Absolutely. We're just like tangential. It's kind of like the Joe Rogan universe. We have all these different things that are connected. Best Ball Night School on DD Fantasy Football. I'm sure you've heard of it. I'm at Player Profiler. I do plenty with you with Trade Gods, the crossover. And we're also at the Fantasy Sports Advice Network, FSAN, where we have the Dynasty Pulse. There's a whole lot going on. I'm at Player Profiler News. You can find me on X at Coach Retzlaff1. Hit me up, people. I love to hear what you have to say. And tell me, do you agree with my takes? Do you disagree? There's different paths. There's many ways to be right this year in 2025. That's really a big takeaway that's coming my way, because the absolutes that we have in prior years, I don't think they're going to hold up near as much. And there's pockets of draft where there's going to be so many players. Some honorable mentions on the receiver position. I was thinking about Jamison Williams, thought about Emeka Egbuka. There's so many players that could bring home the bacon at the receiver position, but Calvin Ridley is one that really comes to mind. So thank you, Chef.
Man, I couldn't be more excited to have you on. It's fun to be able to do this. It's fun to hop out with one of my favorite people in the entire industry. The guy who flew. To be honest with you, like not a lot of people know this, but you're the reason why all of this came about. I sent you a message in the summer of 2024. It's like, hey man, I would be interested in writing for the Player Profiler News Desk. And then fast forward, here we are going into the 2025 season. Man, I can't thank you enough for coming on, brother. Anytime, like obviously we're probably, newsflash to everybody watching, we're going to do a gambling show as far as the trends and the player props and stuff go for a week in, week out basis over here on the FFD Fantasy. So, brother, I can't thank you enough. And I'm sure we've got a show to record here, tomorrow. So I'll talk to you here in a few hours.
Hey, and just know, any day on this side of the dirt is a good day for me, brother.
I'll see you soon. And that's right. All right, so we're going to play Jeremiah's Bring Home the Bacon video. We're going to play a series of videos from some of my buddies who are in the fantasy industry, who are excited, players that they're excited about. They're bricked up for to bring home the bacon in 2025. We're going to start with Jeremiah's video. So enjoy.
Let's bring home the bacon. Chev, thanks for having me on. These are all players that you can get at tremendous value. We're not talking about the first couple of rounds. These players are going to break fantasy football in 2025. Come 2026, you'll be drafting them much higher. Let's bring home the bacon at quarterback. My guy is going to be Drake May. Drake May will be in the Jalen Hurts and Joe Burrow tier in 2026. May right now, QB 13 on Underdog in round 10. That's single quarterback. QB 14, round 3 in Superflex. So again, he will jump up to that round 1 tier with Hurts and Burrow. The weapons are much better than perceived. Travion Henderson looking a lot like Jahmyr Gibbs. Stephon Diggs, even with that hitch in his step, is cooking DBs. Hunter Henry over the seams, super valuable. Kyle Williams, a little bit of a early Terry McLaurin vibe to his route running. He's cooking guys too. That's only going to help Drake May. I'm seeing 400 rushing yards to 500 rushing yards for Drake May. 8 rushing touchdowns. He's going to bring it in. Blue chip stocks are expensive. Go right now. Try and acquire Josh Allen. You will see. Now is the time to buy somebody like Drake May. You can get him, and next year it'll be the same haul that you'll have to pry off of people for Jaden Daniels, Lamar Jackson, and Josh Allen. I think I just talked myself into that first tier. Get hyped for Drake May. RB, running back. New York Jets, Braylon Allen finishes the back half of the season as an RB1. Breece Hall gets traded prior to the Week 10 deadline. Braylon Allen will finish the back half of the year as at RB1, a massive payout from his round 14 price tag, paying off in those money weeks. Last year, Braylon Allen considered a top handcuff in the league. All offseason, there was that drop in price. Hopefully you took advantage. You can still take advantage. Braylon Allen popping off after a Breece Hall trade will be like what we would get out of David Montgomery for the Lions were Jahmyr Gibbs to be out of the way. So we're going to get that over in New York. It's just the opposite effect. Breece Hall can still eat. He can get traded somewhere else. But Braylon Allen is absolutely going to eat and pay off at that round 14 value. Click him. Calvin Ridley, wide receiver position. Let's bring home the bacon here. Calvin Ridley is this year's Terry McLaurin. Calvin Ridley last year with Will Levis was number 1 in air yards, 5th in ADOT, 3rd in deep targets, and 1st in unrealized air yards. He's going to realize a lot more with Cam Ward. And you see Calvin Ridley cooking on all the highlights on X, left and right. It is coming to fruition. I've been talking about Ridley as this year's Terry McLaurin when you were doing your taxes. So it feels good to see it come to fruition. Come week 1 through the duration of the season, Calvin Ridley will pay off as this year's Terry McLaurin. In 1,000-yard props receiving parlays that I'm putting together, Calvin Ridley is a core piece. From DD Fantasy Football, Trinity score, Calvin Ridley, a 6.62 score. Above 6 is good. He did that with Will Levis. Do with that information what you will. This was Will Levis, and now Calvin Ridley gets Cam Ward. Some more stats for Ridley. 37% air yard share last year, 23% target share, 3.46 yak per reception. Calvin Ridley is absolutely going to cook, and you get him in the 5th, 6th round. Just chef's kiss right there. David Njoku, let's bring home the bacon for our tight ends. David Njoku will be a top 3 tight end in 2025. David Njoku averaged 8.8 targets per game last year. Add that to a 17-game total, and you're at 149. 11 games played for David Njoku last year. A little bit like Kenneth Walker, T. Higgins, just at the tight end position where he didn't have health on his side last year. Njoku last year ranked 6th in tight end targets last year. So the 149 targets, the pace that Njoku would have had we extrapolated and healthy. Brock Bowers last year, 148 targets in 17 games. Trey McBride, 139 targets in 16 games. David Njoku can match that target pace, and in the junk volume that will be the Cleveland Browns, sign me up. David Njoku, top 3 tight end in 2025. He's going to bring home the bacon. Njoku and Jerry Jeudy will get fed in 2025. That QB room is a dumpster fire. You can get David Njoku in round 12. He's just being given away, and it's like none of you even care. Those are the bring home the bacon players of 2025. Reap, sow, profit, and these are all great prices. I'm not telling you to go select Devon Achane. Anybody can tell you that. These are the gems that you want in fantasy football. Let's bring home the bacon.
So, obviously, Jeremiah is extremely excited about David Njoku, Calvin Ridley, Drake May. I forgot his running back pick, but obviously these are guys that you are extremely great values in the in the running back, or excuse me, in the fantasy football space in 2025. I'm bothered because I can't remember exactly who his running back pick was, but it's all good. So we're gonna whip around to another one of my closest colleagues in the in the fantasy space, a guy who I'm going to be working with directly, giving you injury updates and news once the injury reports are live during the 2025 season. So Sunday mornings we'll be hosting a show like this that is live for the people. We're not going to have all the fancy graphics that we're throwing on the screen today, but it's just going to be live, just giving you straight injury news. So I'm going to take you now to Ben McCown, DP, Doctor of Physical Therapy. He's going to give us his bring home the bacon players for the 2025 season.
Hello, I'm Ben McCowan, and I am one of the co-hosts of the Dynasty Gambit. And I am here to talk to you tonight about my bring home the bacon players for redraft. First player that we're going to start with tonight is Justin Herbert, my QB to pick up in drafts this year in redraft. And the reason why is because Justin Herbert finished as the QB 12 last year, so finishing as a low end QB 1. And with that being said, right? The Chargers come in this year. They invest in wide receiver. One, they bring back Keenan Allen just recently. And then we also see them draft Trey Harris in the second round of the NFL draft. They already have a great connection between Justin Herbert and Ladd McConkey. And I do see the Chargers, even with Amarian Hampton being added to the roster, still putting up QB1 numbers for Justin Herbert. And right now, you are able to get him in the 11th round. Looks like in my ADP at the 1106. So great option to have. And, when we move on to talking about the running back position, we're looking for another great value, right? These are things that we want to try to build our team around by being able to fill some of the other roster spots, but still also get a starting player. And that player I'm going to talk about right now is DeAndre Swift of the Chicago Bears. And as much as it pains me, he is the running back one in Chicago. Ben Johnson trusts DeAndre Swift now, and we see that they have a connection there, that he is going to be the RB1 to open the season. And right now, with where he's going, he is going in the 7th round, roughly around players like Quinshon Judkins, Aaron Jones, Rome Odunze, Jerry Jeudy. And the thing is with DeAndre Swift, he produced with low-end RB2 numbers last year as a starter. But we know he can be hyper efficient when he is used in the right way. We saw it in Philly. And he's getting a great offensive mind in Ben Johnson this year that I think will really elevate all of his players. So I'm taking DeAndre Swift in the 7th round or later, trying to get him as my RB2, RB3, and trying to load up some of those other positions in the draft. And then when we're talking about wide receiver, this one used to not be so sexy of a pick, but this year I'm entering drafts taking Courtland Sutton at the end of the 4th round. The reason why Courtland Sutton was a wide receiver 15 last year, had a growing connection with Bo Nix, and we're going to see that relationship continue to build. They just signed Courtland Sutton to a 4-year deal for $90 million total. So they got him on a team-friendly contract. And I do think that they have big plans for him being their wide receiver 1. And if you're getting that at the 412, again, compared to players like DJ Moore, James Conner, Chuba Hubbard, I'm going to take Courtland Sutton at that value. And I think, that's at that point, you're taking your wide receiver 2, wide receiver 3. To me, that's a great value. And lastly, we're going to talk about one of the most underrated tight ends in the NFL at this point, and it's because of his injury. And if you know me, I love talking about players and their injuries and seeing them rise back to prominence. And for me, TJ Hawkinson is a massive buy right now, considering the situation that he's entering into with JJ McCarthy at the helm in a KOC directed offense. And what is a rookie, right? Quote unquote rookie love to do is toss the ball right to his tight end as a safety blanket, right? We know there's going to be a growing trust between TJ Hawkinson and JJ McCarthy. And honestly, where he's going right now in drafts and redraft is at the 602, right? Behind Bowers, behind McBride. And I would much rather take TJ Hawkinson at the price that he's going at as a part of the Vikings offense with JJ McCarthy than I would Sam Laporta. The only other tight end that I would have above TJ Hawkinson is George Kittle, but you're getting such a value right now on TJ Hawkinson.
Oh, I was muted. Okay, so let's do this again. I want to thank Ben for doing that. We're going to work together quite a bit during the season. He's going to give us injury breakdowns based on his background as an ortho doctor of physical therapy. So to run through that real quick, Ben gave us Justin Herbert as his bring home the bacon quarterback. He's just absolutely bricked up about that guy. DeAndre Swift as the running back. I mean, he represents workhorse value depending on, and he had his highest scoring points per game season with Ben Johnson back in Detroit in 2022. Cortland Sutton, an alpha wide receiver one with a young quarterback, and then TJ Hawkinson, the safety, the proposed safety blanket for JJ McCarthy and in the Vikings offense. He's on a second contract. He was a dominant, dynamic tight end before tearing his ACL in 2025 or 2023. He returns in 2024. He returned to play, didn't return to dominant performance, but TJ Hawkinson is Ben's bring home the bacon guy as a guy who's going to bounce back and dominate in 2025. So that was Ben McCown, Doctor of Physical Therapy. As we sit right now, we're 3 minutes and 42 seconds away from kicking off the Workaholics live draft. I've had this draft. I've hosted this draft now. I believe this is either the third or the fourth season. A bunch of sickos, a bunch of guys who are willing to hop on a Saturday afternoon and neglect their families and stream with me. Well, not stream with me, but just take up the Saturday afternoon and be a part of the live stream. And, really excited about what we're going to be able to do here. I cannot get enough of drafting. This is supposed to be National Draft Weekend. We've got preseason football on. I'm super excited. I can't tell you how. I mean, we're going to go through this draft and I've got all these guys lined up, ready to go. We've posted the mock draft. I mean, we've posted the draft. It's not a mock by any stretch of the imagination. Like, we've all hit the league safe and everybody's ready to go. We've got Dougie Fresh, friend of the program, good friend of mine, the guy who is an unabashed Damian Martinez truther. And we've got good friend of mine, one of my best friends in the entire world, Super Dave in slot 2. We've got KT Live, Keith Thomas, former University of Tennessee sprinter, in slot 3. We've got Joseph Kaiser, a work buddy of mine who's a fantasy sicko, and a guy who I met in tandem with him at a former employer in Jared Truelove in spot 5. My partner and co-host of Two Guys, One Pod, Addy the Nard Dog Sleazebag Sleazak in slot 6. Emmett Thomas in slot 7. My younger brother, JX, who also named Jared, ironically enough, in slot 8. DFK Dynasty Football Key, Alex in slot 9. I'm in slot 10. Mr. Fantasy, Greg, true sicko and degenerate when it comes to this fantasy stuff, in slot 11. And Will T, big friend, co-worker, and fan of the FF Dynasty in slot 12. So we'll be kicking this off here shortly. I'm really excited to get this going. Waiting on Casey to pop in. He'll be in here. He's going to be your commentator for the live draft. And I'm going to, so I can actually focus on drafting and not embarrassing myself. I'll be available for commentary also as well. But he's going to be commentating on everything that's going on. Seeing some green. I want everybody green before we hit the button on this deal. So let me text. Let's see. I know this makes for riveting audio and television when I'm staring at my phone, but I'm texting everybody to make sure that we're good to go. It's almost that time. I'm excited. Like I mean, this is like Christmas come early when we're talking about doing a draft and being able to get active. With the boys, with people who are super excited about fantasy. Because I mean, you just can't get enough. We got a whole lot of action going on. Like it's always a positive. Let me text Dave because I have to text Dave about everything. Let's see. David. There we go. It's almost that time. It's 3 o'clock. We're waiting to start. Do I hit the button? I want to see some green. So we're doing a 1 minute timer. We're doing a 1 minute timer here. It is 3 o'clock. I'm ready to roll. I've got green on 1, 2, 3. Let's see here. All right, let's go. All right, no talking. Enough talking. It's time to get it rocking. So, Dougie Fresh is on the clock. That might be the fastest button click I think I've ever seen before. He takes Jamar Chase with the 1-1. I mean, yeah, surprise, surprise. Water is wet. Jamar Chase is the 101. My goodness. Dave, don't get autoed. Please don't get autoed. Let's see here. We're going to call him. We're going to call him live on air. Hopefully he's not on top of a roof inspecting. But I mean, that's what AirPods are for. It's 2025. Let's get a little bit more technologically sound here. Okay. Let's do that. All right. So he's gonna get autoed, and he took Justin Jefferson. I mean, it's hard to be upset with that. Bijan Robinson, my goodness. My goodness. All right. All right. That's what we're doing. All right, guys. I guess we're just gonna go with Saquon Barkley's off the board. Yeah, are there any surprises here so far for you guys? I think that's a little surprising. I love Saquon. I think Saquon is going to get another 350 carries this year. There's no reason to be afraid of Saquon unless you just don't really like fantasy points. I got nothing else that could tell you, to tell you not to draft Saquon Barkley. I think that, like I said, he's one of the best backs, the most talented backs of a generation, and he just had maybe the greatest postseason run ever for a running back. So it's hard to doubt Saquon Barkley in these streets in 2025. Let's see. What are we doing here? Who's on the clock? We got JT Love on the clock. We got another auto coming. That is unfortunate. So he's going to get autoed right into Jahmyr Gibbs. That makes me real sad for him. Oh, no. Oh, he's got it set. It's Puka Nacua. Puka Nacua at the 1-5. Addy Nardog Narder goes on. Let's Mr. CeeDee Lamb become a part of the sleazebag team. Hang on just 1 second. Let's see here. Yo.
What's up?
What's happening, Captain?
No, not much. Looks like you got an auto pick in here already.
Yeah, 2 auto picks in there already. It's gross. I don't love
quality.
That. Yeah. Hold on 1 second. Hey, you hold down the fort. I'll be right back, okay?
All right. What's good? I can't see the draft board really, but I'll zoom in so you can see me a little more. Looks like we got little Bijan, Justin Jefferson, Saquon, Puka, league champ took CeeDee Lamb. So that's pretty exciting. I'm on air live in the broadcast. Good to see you guys. I'm sure Chev has been doing a wonderful job. Looks like Alex is in this league. He's going to blow it for sure. So that's an easy mark. Who else is in this league? Might need the link for this draft, boys, somewhere. But anyway, excited to be here, holding down the FFD Fantasy Redraft channel. Got a little marathon going on. There goes Derrick Henry off the board. Gibbs before that. So, I'm going to assume Jamar Chase was the 101 here. Can't really see that. But now Alex is on the clock, and again, I think this is going to be a bad pick. Pretty much can guarantee that. That guy does not know ball. Chev is next, so that's also going to be a bad pick. And then I don't know. I can't see the last team. You got a link for this thing somewhere so I can see it better? Alrighty then. You're muted.
We're fully on the struggle bus here. There we go.
There we go. There we go. Hey, there's a lot of moving parts. A lot of moving parts.
Yeah. So yeah, Alex is about to get autoed, I'm assuming.
Yep. Where's
Love that.
Sure. I mean, it's probably better than what he would have done. So
love that. We're gonna stay on point here. We're not.
Hey,
let's not.
Real quick, if you go to the show sheet, can you put a space behind that sleeper app draft, and then the link will light up for me?
Yeah.
Yep. So what's up? Who's been on the ones and twos here, blowing it?
Man, we had. Oh, there we go. You should be lit up now. I texted to you also.
All right, I'm in. All right. Oh yeah. Now we can see. Now we're cooking with gasoline. He got Dougie Fresh coming in at the 101. Nice to see. Mr. Fantasy over here, JT Love. All right. I don't think I know too many of these guys, but the ones I do know are not good, so it's good for the rest of the league. Got a little St. Brown auto at 109. Then we got Christian McCaffrey at the 110 for Chev. Nice little gift for you. Then you got Genty at 11, Neighbors at 12, and Collins at 2-1. That's a fun turn there for Will T.
Yeah.
08. And then there goes,
I can't believe that this is possible.
There goes Brian Thomas. Now you get either Achan or Drake London.
Yeah.
Man, I'll tell you what, Alex's auto is way better than he is.
I don't know what happened. Like, he was there, it was green, and then all of a sudden, yeah, and then he wasn't green. So yeah, we're off to a solid start so far. I feel great about this.
All right, what's the scoring here?
Full PPR, no tight end premium. Start 2 wide receivers and 2 flexes, no kicker, no defense.
Who's controlling that league safe or the league champ team?
Addy.
All right, don't blow it. It's about to be up.
No pressure. No pressure. Chase Brown. Okay.
Gibbs and Chase Brown start for ET DAP.
Yeah.
That's fun. Yeah. That's fun. Derrick Henry and AJ Brown. JX who?
Yeah. So that's my younger brother, who is a bigger Titans fan than I am.
So he's just getting the old Titans team.
Yeah,
Tony Pollard, 308.
Yeah, the all decade Titans team is what my brother's going to go with, most likely.
Yeah, you're going to get nobody's getting Calvin Ridley, Pollard.
Oh, I'd be surprised. I'd be surprised if y'all had a chance, if these boys had a chance at Calvin Ridley.
All right, so we got CD Lamb and JT going at the 106 and the 207. And we got Puka at the 105. That feels early for Puka right now, given the circumstances. But hey, solid player if Matt Stafford's in there. Got Lamar Jackson at 208. Don't like that.
I mean, this is team auto. This is wicked. Excuse me. This is wicked work.
We got Saquon Barkley at the 104. Joseph Kaiser is coming in here, getting the clock down. He goes Bowers, so nothing new there. So how you doing today, Chef? How's it been going?
Hey, man, we're on this side of the dirt. We're doing live stream mock draft. We're doing live stream drafts. We're doing our bring home the bacon players. I've consumed enough caffeine to kill an adult elephant. So I'm really excited. I'm glad that this came together. I was a little nervous, but we got everything rolling. I'm huffing smelling salts every now and then just to feel something. Gonna take a huff right now as we get into the third round.
Mm. Yeah. Can't say I've ever done that.
I 10 out of 10 would recommend it, like right before you start streaming.
If I'm gonna huff, I'm going metallic spray paint.
I thought you were about to say something else.
No, metallic spray paint, brown paper bag.
Oh, are you gonna pull a have you ever seen the sequel to Mad Max, whatever that was?
I don't think
They put they're huffing like silver and stuff.
Maybe.
Yeah.
I don't know. Whoa. Hate that. I don't know if I have actually.
Oh, okay.
Fury. Is that Fury Road?
Fury Road, yeah. Mad Max Fury Road. That's what it's called.
Did you get a Doug appearance?
I did not. So we backed everything. We backed everything up, and we ended up actually. I was like, man, I don't know if we're gonna have enough like people to talk, but I could have. Oh, I like that. I like that. So he goes Kyron right there. I didn't know if we were gonna have like. I ended up overbooking, and it probably should have just extended this to like 6 hours.
Ooh.
So, but yeah. I mean, I had to take a bathroom break. I rarely ever have to take a bathroom break, so I'll definitely have to bring like a pee bucket in here next time.
I would have to take three or four for sure.
Yeah, I might have to catheter myself next time.
Mm.
We're just gonna do a full 24 hours where I don't leave the chair.
Ooh, that sounds gross.
Yeah, no, I'm kidding. I would never do that.
I'm taking Bucky over Kyron.
Are you?
Oh yeah.
Are you? I mean, I can understand the logic, and I think I have Bucky ahead of Kyron. I know I have Bucky ahead of Kyron, but I can understand the logic of taking Kyron. It's safe. He's RB6 back-to-back years.
Yeah.
Fuck me running. Okay.
Again, we're just we got a little bit of Matt Stafford doubt right now. That hurts my Kyron confidence, and Bucky was great last year. I think I would erase a little bit of fear going with Bucky. I feel like at the 301 instead of the 302. I would have definitely swapped those picks. I don't mind the McBride. Kittle at 303's getting a bit aggressive. But if you want a tight end, I guess, hey, go for it. It's kind of, erasing the allure of not drafting Bowers and McBride, getting Kittle there at the 303, right? I mean, if you're getting him at the 3-8, 311, it feels like you got away with something, but there it doesn't really feel like you got away with too much.
No, I mean, he's trolling me because he knows that would have been my pick in the third round.
The blind bandit.
Yeah. Yeah. These are a lot of the guys that I've been before I ever started making content. Like a lot of these guys I've known for double-digit years. Like Blind Bandit and ET to P. I used to train ET to P, and his older brother I've gotten to be friends with over the course of time. So yeah, he knew I would take George Kittle. George Kittle wasn't coming back to him, so that's why. I'm assuming that's why he did that. There's zero chance that Kittle was making it past this turn right here.
Yeah, I'd say so far things I don't like is Jefferson over Bijan. Hate that, Super Dave. Puka maybe a little early, especially over CeeDee Lamb right now.
Yeah. No chance I'm doing that.
I know there's a lot of bad luck or bad info on how many touches Saquon had, and this guy never did that, and that guy never did this, and Saquon's gotten hurt with not a lot of touches, so he also got hurt with not the best offensive line in football. So it's like, right? Why would we? Players get hurt. I don't know. The fade because of the touches last year in redraft is a little crazy to me. A lot of those guys also weren't Saquon Barkley, right? And then again, he's been injured with minimal amount of touches. So that's why that's why people were off of him and he stunk and this and that because he was injured and maybe he wasn't that good. Well, he's that good. And he played into February, whatever, but I still have no problem taking Saquon Barkley in redraft at that particular juncture.
I'm
I like
on the clock.
CeeDee Lamb, like Gibbs, like Henry. Henry might be a hair early there for me. I'd probably take McCaffrey over Henry, but Henry's probably a little safer. St. Brown probably still rock solid and safe. I would probably venture into the Drake London, Achane Neighbors territory first. But I don't mind St. Brown at all. Genty at 11 feels like it's going to be plenty good. It's just a little worrisome, taking somebody that you don't know if they're going to be good, but we're pretty confident that he's going to be good at 11. So I don't mind it. But other than that, I don't dislike a lot of picks. I would have taken Chase Brown over AJ Brown. I don't like the Lamar Jackson pick. I don't like the Josh Allen pick in the second round. Bucky over Kyron. I don't know really what to make of Tyreek Hill. Ladd McConkey at 305. Garrett Wilson at 306. Jalen Hurts are quarterbacks early, man.
Early.
Hurts at 307. Jaden Daniels at 308. Jackson Smith and Jigba at 309. And then Tet McMillan. That was early.
Early. I'm planting the flag here. If you thought that was early, you're really not gonna like where I go with this next one.
I like the JSN value there. That seems like a solid investment. I like that moving forward. How early does Travion Henderson go? Is the next question. Is that who you're taking at 403?
We shall see. I forget that we're live streaming this and I can't put people in my queue and stuff. Well, I could. Oh, so we got a 0 wide receiver. We got an official. Never mind. That's not 0 wide receiver per se.
James Cook goes at the 401. Hampton at the 311. So the Will T over there, he starts off Neighbors, Collins, Higgins. I don't mind that. And then a little Cook, Pizzazz, running back at the 4 spot. So we'll see how we build the rest of that running back room out here, kind of moving forward.
Yeah, really, really excited to see how that turns out. Yeah.
Double rookies on Mr. Fantasy. So what are you gonna put some old reliable veteran in here? Or are you gonna what are you gonna do? That's pretty interesting. And look at him being so sassy with his fantasy. Oh, he went Marv. So he's all risk. I mean, Brian Thomas probably super risky,
all upside.
But all upside, a lot of risk, a lot of reward. Must be a Bruce Arians fan,
Yeah. Hey, check down or touchdown or turnover.
That's right. It's amazing him and Jameis Winston didn't last longer together. What are you gonna do here, Chev?
Dude, all right. So there's so much value here on the board that it's really difficult. It's just really difficult for me to not click the button on my guy here. But I got to do it.
Ooh, AK. Yeah, I feel you. I like the Alvin Kamara grab.
Yeah. Like the running backs are getting so far they're getting so far pressed down that I couldn't allow that to stand. And I've already got 2 stud wide receivers. Otherwise, that pick would have gone a little bit different. So old man running backs, young boy wide receivers, and light skin Al Gaib is,
really been going with that one lately, huh?
That's I'm just going for it. Just
make it work.
Like here's the deal. I've never been more excited about a guy who I think is gonna finish in the top 3 or 4. Like I think he could enter into that CeeDee Lamb, Jamar Chase, Justin Jefferson tier because he's gonna get 3,000 targets this year.
Yeah.
So
yeah, I mean, I'm with you on the Drake London train.
Oh, I know you are. We've been pretty much lockstep on that the whole way. I wanted to do something different. I wanted to do something spicy for the stream with maybe potentially possibly one of my bring home the bacon guys, but there's zero reason. I just spent an hour and a half talking about how Alvin Kamara is one of the safest picks and just, being left for dead pretty much for what he represents in fantasy. So if I'm going to do that and then I leave him on the board here, like that doesn't make a ton of sense to me.
Yeah,
So,
no, I mean, this is a fairly common spot for me to draft Alvin Kamara right there. Sometimes, depending on who's left on that 3 turn, I'll take Alvin Kamara. So I'm with you. I like that pick. Devontae Adams and Mike Evans go off the board next. So a couple of old guys. Alex has gone St. Brown, Achane. Those were autos, so those were his good picks. Then he went into Jigba and Devontae Adams. But yeah, I like the value on both of those guys. We got an all running back build so far, so he's got no wide receivers. We got Gibbs, Chase Brown, Jalen Hurts, or probably a little early on that one. You probably could have squeezed it. He could have went JSN there, and I would have felt a whole lot better about that team. And then he picks Kenny Walker. A lot of upside there, but we've talked about it, and I know some people don't love getting quote unquote your own handcuff for some reason, and I'm sure there's some galaxy brain thought behind it. But if I can get somebody like Charbonnet in the 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th round and have Kenny Walker on my team, I just feel like I just got myself a starting running back week in, week out, regardless of kind of who's there, right? So that kind of takes the sting out of Kenny Walker for me, and I'm a big Kenny Walker guy. And if things are going right, then that team's going to be really hard to beat if he can, piece together some wide receivers here as we get through the, 5 through 7 or 8 should probably be all stabs at wide receivers. If not, maybe a tight end. We'll see who's kind of lurking around out there. Breece Hall goes 407, Terry McLaurin 408, Rashee Rice 409. I think that might be too early for me and Rashee Rice right now. We got to be on a break for redraft. I don't know if I can do that.
Yeah, I'm tempering my expectations when it comes to Rashee Rice. Like, so we could get an awesome month of the season, right? Could get an absolutely awesome month of the season, and then we lose him for. I mean, we thought, I was on the lower end. I thought it was going to be, 2 to 4 games. Then it comes back. The league's like, hey, well, we want like 10 plus, and so they were like, yeah, not doing that, and then we go back, and it's like, all right, well, we get him for the first month of the season, and then they might do the same thing that they did with the Deshaun Watson hearing, where they request, they want 12 or 10 games or a full season or whatever it is, and then we settle on 6 to 8 games. So losing him for 6 to 8 games in the bulk of your season after getting off to a hot start is going to suck really bad.
Yeah.
So,
no,
yeah.
I gotta probably not mess with it in redraft unless it's real late, right? I don't want to have to. There's too many good options around that area that don't have, it's kind of like Travis Hunter. I know all the other guys are going to play offense. I know that all the other guys are going to play a full 17 if they're healthy.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
And when
like we're gonna be offense full time all the time. And with Travis Hunter, with Rashee Rice, like it's like, hey, we're gonna lose some snaps, some opportunities to score fantasy points at very crucial points. And I'm more risk averse than that. Like you can get safe, you can get safe guys with massive upside. That's what Christian McCaffrey is. That's what Drake London is. I believe Teteroa McMillan. I'm going with that build so far. We'll see if I have to pivot and make some other choices than what I would want to here, just in terms of what's on the board. Oh, wow. Okay. All right. Addie said the kid game's down the street and Xavier Worthy is a bona fide wide receiver 1 for his team.
I mean, 506. I can't see the player pool that's left, but I got an ADP right here. So,
506 is a little aggressive, but I knew I knew Calvin Ridley. I'm surprised. My brother's probably pissed. I'm certain that my brother's very upset. So I've got Xavier Worthy at the end of the 5th round with this Rashee Rice news. I think that's even ahead of our ADP. I think in the ADP is like 6'2" or 6'5" maybe.
Who's that?
Xavier Worthy.
Let's see here. Xavier Worthy is 509.
Okay. So all right, 5'6", that's not too bad. That would
around mid 5th is about right. And then, Calvin Ridley's probably a little early right there.
Yeah.
605, so about a round early, but I mean, I'm with it. I'm with taking Calvin Ridley a little early if that's kind of where your head's at, which we personally both think that Calvin Ridley's going to be really strong this year.
Yeah, I mean, I've never been more certain of something outside of Drake London is wide receiver 1 this year. I kid, but Drake London's gonna be awesome, and I'm really hoping that Alex doesn't have his cue set. Oh yes, perfect. Well, you know what this pick is for me, Casey.
Who you got? Ooh.
Yeah. There wasn't even a question.
I've got Calvin Ridley at wide receiver 23 in the rankings. I don't know what he just came off the board at.
That would be, count the blue boxes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. I would guess that's close. Yeah, RJ Harvey. Oh, all rookies, all young upside for our guy here. Either first or second year players for Mr. Fantasy.
It's bold strategy. I don't think that's going to work out for you, Cotton. I mean, the idea is good, and I mean it could be. I just feel like there's probably going to be a little bit of flux in some week to week with some of those guys, right? I like having 1 or 2 of them. I don't know if I want
all of them.
I mean, Brian Thomas is probably going to be rock solid week in, week out. And I think Marv will probably be fairly solid week in, week out. And 4-2 isn't the worst. Let's see where. I like Marv out of the 3rd. Once Marv's out of the 3rd, I don't mind swinging. It just feels like, all right, okay, now we could take a swing here, and I feel okay. But I feel like early on the redraft ADP was a bit much for Marv. Yeah, 309. So 4-2 is not terrible for old Marv.
Oh, Mandrew's headed to the medical tent. Ashton Genty is headed to the medical tent with an apparent shoulder arm injury. Are you fucking kidding me?
Cue up Raheem Mostert. Who's their backup?
Raheem Mostert.
Dylan Lobb getting back from the dead.
Oh man. Like if we get robbed of a generational season from Ashton Genty because he gets hurt, and we have to live with Dylan Lobb and Raheem Mostert, who are Raheem Mostert's probably going to be really good for fantasy this year. If there's no Ashton Genty, I don't know. Really good's a stretch. Okay, maybe like 10 points a game, maybe, potentially, possibly. I don't know. That would make me sadder than anything else if we didn't get Ashton Genty. This was something that kept him out until like week 8.
I don't think this is going to be something that keeps him out for very long. I mean, obviously I'm not watching it. I didn't see it. I don't know what's going on, but
yeah, the sleeper notification just came through.
Sleeper likes to get a little aggressive with those big name guys sometimes, of like really making it seem like he died on the field, and then they're like, oh yeah, he's all right. He came back in 2 plays later. They still have Zamir White, Sincere McCormick, who was actually half decent at points of last year.
But
But
UTSA legend Sincere McCormick.
Zamir White was not good. But yeah,
Is
Raheem
Zamir
Mostert-
White still on the team?
Yeah, this is third on the depth chart right now, according to our lads. Dylan
Yeah.
Lobb is down there, and Chris Collier. I don't know who that is. All right. So after Calvin Ridley went, we had James Conner at 508, DJ Moore, who I've actually been kind of coming on a little strong with DJ Moore as of late, just because the value seems to be pretty decent. Let's see where that was. That's 501, so 508 is pretty good. I feel like we just did a mock where I took
The one
DJ
is
Moore
it the one that we're
fairly
in right
late.
now?
Maybe.
Yeah, I got DJ Moore at the 6-1 in my ranking. So, I mean that range, it's in the range. So we're golden there.
Yeah, I've actually been kind of coming around. Like I was kind of off and like, I don't know. The vibes weren't really right there, and I know that's like a silly thing to be, in or out on somebody for, but it just felt like there was a lot of, too much negative energy over there of between him and Ben Johnson, and then just DJ Moore's whole aura last year towards Caleb and the team and all that stuff, which I mean, to be a veteran and be in that situation and kind of know what it is, I guess I could kind of understand that from the outside looking in at this point. But
Yeah.
I feel like it didn't start off well either on the transition. But it seems like going a lot better, and really like what DJ Moore does, it feels like Ben Johnson can really make the best of that. It's going to be to the detriment of my guy Luther Burden, right?
Right.
But when your favorite receiver, my favorite receiver in the draft, goes to a place like that, you're excited and tempered expectations year one in the first place because you're going to a really crowded place. And how long does DJ Moore stay there? I don't know, but the positive of Luther is that you've seen some really good stuff recently from Luther Burden and some really positive stuff from Luther Burden. So, but I do think DJ Moore is going to be probably better than I feel like he's the forgotten man right now over there.
Yeah. That's kind of the crappy part about DJ Moore is it doesn't feel sexy at all. Like you're basically like, oh, he could get 140 targets and it could turn out like it did last year. And so you're completely removing yourself. You're disassociating from what he did with Justin Fields, and he's in a better offensive environment where they're going to use him more creatively. So I have been kind of hands off just because I'm like, all right, cool. It's not cheap enough to where the range that he's going in, I'm not clicking the button, but I also don't mind in any way, shape, or form, him being a value, or if I can get him as a throw in, like dynasty wise. But redraft wise, I'm a little hands off on just about everybody, just because of the fact that, I got Rome Odunze as my fourth wide receiver. If he doesn't win, if it doesn't happen, that's fine. It doesn't cost me as much. But DJ Moore typically is a guy that I'm like, it's not sexy, but I probably should click the button because, I mean, if he's still the alpha, which, again, $110 million contract, commanded a dominant target share in 2024, and he had 140 targets. So, like, there's nothing wrong with that, in my opinion. It's just not sexy, and so that's why nobody wants to make that move.
Yeah, I mean, we're all focused on the shiny toys of, Rome Odunze making the next step, Colston Loveland coming in, but and Luther Burden obviously, and who's the slot guy right now who's getting some love? I'm drawing a blank on his name.
For
Zacchaeus?
the Bears.
Yeah,
So you got Luther, you got
Zacchaeus.
Olamide Zacchaeus, yes.
Yeah. So, he's probably going to mix in a little bit from everything that they're saying from camp. He's been playing too good, I feel like, not to get a little bit of run here. If not, be out there, game one, play one, right? Who
Right.
knows? It's that's to me is not going to if people like I saw some people on the internet being like, well, if Luther Burden can't beat him out to start the season, then it was never going to happen for Luther Burden. I'm like, fucking relax, bro. Like
That's the dumb shit that I don't like. That's
I
the
can't
part that
handle it.
drives me insane.
Me too. I can't handle it. I can't believe anybody would actually be okay with that kind of analysis. I can't believe that that's actual analysis. Like, I just it's quite silly, right? I mean, a veteran player who's been decent at times comes out and is showing out and is getting some run, and they're trying to win games, and so they're moving a bunch of parts around and drawing up plays for certain things. If you think that you just don't like Luther Burden, that's all that
Correct.
is, without
Yes.
saying it.
Yes. You don't have to get into a take war, and you can just say, "Oh, well, this confirms my opinion because I wanted to be out on Luther Burden anyway, and if he's not going to be on the field playing meaningful snaps, like he's just not a good player." It's like, man, just shut the fuck up. Okay?
That's
and
crazy.
I mean that. I mean that because it's like assuming that guys aren't good players because real NFL pros like earn snaps and are trusted by coaching staffs over a guy who's adjusting from the college game is just fucking stupid.
Right.
Like
And
they spent
miss
the
some time
39th overall pick on him, and he's just now playing football again.
Right. And everything else that you're seeing and hearing from him as far as camp highlights, a little bit of preseason action, this and that are all positive, good things. It just might be, hey, we're also going to play this guy some. Like, let's,
without question. It's really, really, really stupid to just sit here and be like, oh, well, I think that, just because he didn't earn snaps over a guy who's had productive NFL games. Like Olamide Zaccheaus killed it for Washington in the playoffs last year. If you had him for whatever reason, because you selected him on your best ball teams, he definitely entered your lineups during the fantasy playoffs and like those eliminators and shit. So
Derrick Henry couldn't even beat out Dion Lewis for full-time snaps, man.
That's real. Listen, if you could go back and like we could just catalog all the tweets, all the beat reports, all the nonsense from early in Derrick Henry's career where you're splitting carries with DeMarco Murray and then Dion Lewis comes in. Like if you could go back and catalog all that shit, it would be absolutely ridiculous. And you do the same thing with JSN, you do the same thing. I think we're gonna do the same thing
with Rome Odunze.
Yeah. Like I think that it's so reactionary, and it's the same reason why you can create edges for yourself by just being patient as a as a player, as a owner, as a manager. Like just be patient. Don't fucking give up on a guy because he doesn't earn snaps early on. Like again, Luther Burden's a totally different case, right? Because he's not practicing, he's not playing hardly at all. And we're not, and so you get these reports and you're like, oh well, he's not earning snaps. It's like, man, you also could just type in Luther Burden and see Ben Johnson saying, hey, he's really dialed in, he's putting in the extra work. Like just believe whatever you want, but just try to find the truth.
Well, he's also wearing 87. That's a big boy number. And,
that is a real receiver number. I would have loved to see him wearing 17, but
he's not out there wearing 0.
Right. I wanted him to wear 3, if I'm being honest with you. I wanted him to go back and wear 3 again.
Luther Burden a third. All right, let's jump back into this mock here. We've had some movement. RJ Harvey at 5'11. You took J-Mo at 5'10. Then we had Olave. That Mandrews there seems a bit early, but maybe not. Let's see.
A little bit.
Yeah, we got him at 804 in our ADP, so a little reach up there, likely down for a little while. But I actually like a little bounce back from Andrews, but I like it because you can get it a little later. That's too early for me. But I like, obviously
I'm scored, by the way.
Who's that?
No, Genty's back. He just scored.
Oh, well, exactly. I mean, I'm not watching. I don't know. But That's why we can't get too excited about sleeper notifications unless you're actually watching it. And every once in a while you will watch and be like, damn, that looked terrible. And then they're like, oh, he's back 3 days, three plays later.
Right.
David Montgomery 604, Kelsey 605. Not sure I love that either. Although the Rashee Rice thing could really help Kelsey out through this season again. Addison, Mahomes, too early for Mahomes there. Travis Hunter, I don't mind the shot. That's the auto. The auto's going 0 RB for sure. He's probably going to win the league if I had to guess. 609 is Pacheco. Then we had Swift, I believe, wearing number 0. Flowers, 611. I think that's a nice little value there. Pollard, 612. Where's Flowers typically go?
That's around the range. Like he's around Travis, and
we got him at 503.
He's 503.
Mm-hmm.
I thought he was later than that. Oh yeah, that's not.
Hate that 503, but I like that 611.
611 is crazy. Yeah. 611 is like I fell asleep at the wheel on that one. That's. I'm not a Zay Flowers guy, but
nobody's a Zay Flowers guy except for me. I think Zay's nice. Pollard at 612. That seems a little early, but I mean at this point you're pretty deprived in the running back area. So Dougie grabs himself a running back. He's built himself up a nice little stable. That McBride pick always makes you feel like you're a pick behind, but you're really not. You got a nice little advantage. You went Burrow at 501. I'm assuming it's 6-point passing touchdown.
Yes.
Still not my favorite pick there. And then Judy at 7-1. I don't know what to make of Judy, but the value is good enough where I can YOLO that thing one time. Like
one time for the one time.
Mm-hmm. Jacoby Myers at 703 is Jacoby's. It's always Jacoby. Jacoby Myers versus Jerry Jeudy is kind of interesting because obviously Judy's got a tremendous amount of upside, but Jacoby Myers just feels rock solid and safe. So that's Blind Bandit's third, and that's Doug's second. So
yeah, that's an interesting. That's an interesting turn right there because I look at this turn and I'm like, oh, well, do I want to go? I haven't been able to click. I hadn't been able to bring myself to click the button on Jerry Jeudy like at all. Just because I don't know. I have no idea what that passing offense is going to look like.
Mm-hmm. I still will click it. I'll still click it.
Like we're going.
Not every
like
time.
I hadn't done it, bro. I'm being honest with you. I just hadn't done it. I'm willing to be wrong. One, we love Cedric Tillman. This is a pro Cedric Tillman organization from dynasty to redraft, however you want to slice it. This is a pro Cedric Tillman propaganda podcast. So, with a guy like that, like I just can't. It's like, all right, cool, man. That's solid. I really like Cedric Tillman, but Jerry Jeudy, it makes me nervous just because we don't know who the hell is going to be playing quarterback. We think it's going to be Joe Flacco. Apparently, we thought, Shevdur was going to run away with the job. He gets hurt during joint practice. So now we got Dylan Gabriel out there throwing left-handed wobbly ducks. So I actually think he looked okay, though.
Yeah, I haven't seen any of today's preseason action, actually. But I did see a couple clips of him throwing it around, which I don't like to live on the clips, but
right.
The interception really didn't look like it was much to do about anything. I know people are just ready to tear down whoever it is their opposition is, the oppos. But
I just don't. It doesn't make a ton of sense.
I don't dislike. Like I like Dylan Gabriel a bit more than you do. As like I think he can kind of get the job done in a he's played a lot of football. He can rip it when he needs to rip it. I think he understands at a fairly high level. He's just not, it's not going to be flashy and gaudy, and he's not going to carry you. So like that's the kind of the rub there. It's like a Kenny Pickett,
right?
I feel
it's
like,
not. Well, like, and I think that's what people are most turned off by is that Kenny Pickett has the second lowest touchdown rate ever. And if that's the side, if that's the upside that we're signing up for, it's gonna feel really gross.
Yeah.
That's just
Honestly,
not.
man, I think if Kenny Pickett would have stayed healthy through this offseason, I think he would have been their week 1 starter.
Are you just that out on Flacco?
Everything that they were saying beforehand was that he was practicing and playing pretty well. It just unfortunately got a little bit of hurt. I think he gives them, I think he can run, just like I said, and I think that's why they like Gabriel, right? I think they just like the idea of those guys being able to process, be fairly steady Eddie, not be, they don't have these crazy, they don't have crazy upside to offer, but I feel like, I'm also semi-partial to Kenny. I feel like Kenny got a little bit of a bad rap. I don't think he's awful. I think he's pretty mid. But I don't think he's oh my God, Kenny Pickett's the worst ever, right?
Yeah, I don't think he's the worst ever. It's just it's not.
I don't think.
It's
I
never
think
gonna
at
be
this
good
point,
for fantasy.
I think at this point, I don't think he's any better or worse than Joe Flacco though. And then I feel like he just offers you maybe some mobility in there.
But Casey, have you not heard about his tiny hands?
Yeah, I mean Kenny Two Gloves.
Yeah,
Cleveland's not the best place for him. He needs to be in, somewhere with.
So we're talking about him playing American tackle football as the quarterback.
I mean, but he did play in Pittsburgh, right? He did play in Pittsburgh, so it's all right. He knows what it is.
Yeah, and it was terrible in Pittsburgh.
It wasn't great, but he was able to not have a losing season with Mike Tomlin,
I mean, I feel like he was oh fuck me, Tyler Warren just went. That's fine, I guess. Not gonna show my cue on screen. We're just gonna do that.
Early Drake May.
Yeah, let's not waste time.
Well, I mean, so here's the deal. Here's the deal.
Here's
1,
the deal.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I look at that and go, you probably don't need to do that because there's 8 guys in here who already have quarterbacks. And if they want to take a 2, let them take the 2, baby. And if you want to take a 2 in the 10th, 9th, and 10th round and it's Drake May, eat your heart out. That's just more for me. I would have waited on that just because these guys have been early and hot and often on the quarterback. So I would probably would have at least waited until the 10th return, Chev.
No, sir. I want there's a good chance.
You have to just have to make it past Mr. Fantasy, right?
Well, yeah.
I don't think the Bo Nix guy's drafting 2 quarterbacks right back to back.
I would certainly hope not. I mean, he's a big fan of the show, so I would hope that he doesn't. He wouldn't do that. But
he must be a big fan. He's got Chris Olave. What a smart guy.
What a smart guy until he's laughing at his own fart bubbles in the bathtub.
Sam Laporta at 5'12". He's got 3 receivers. Yeah, I mean, we probably need to bolster up this running back room because we got Judkins. We don't know how that's going to play out. Maybe nothing this year, but maybe the NFL steps in and say, hey, we got to sit you down for a minute, right? Really have no precedent.
That's a really weird situation.
It is weird, but 7-12 is plenty good. But for that to be your 2 and then nothing else here. So from this is only 15 rounds, and I'm assuming kicker defense or no?
No.
So no kicker defense. Okay, so you get 2 extra picks. So, I mean, pretty much if I'm him, 11 through 15 should probably be running backs. Obviously, you could grab another receiver, but he takes Ayuk. That's going to eat up a spot. And I'm wondering, are you going to – I don't know what kind of leagues you play in, but are you going to be able to put Ayuk in IR? You got to hang on to Ayuk for 6 weeks?
Yeah, no, there's an IR spot.
I mean, there is an IR spot, but is he going to be on IR? Can you put the pup player in IR?
You should be able to.
Typically, really you can, but that's a setting that you can not have on.
Yeah, I would 1000% do that because I mean, it would really make me sad if I had to just waste a roster spot on Brandon Ayuk for weeks at a time. That just stinks. I don't like that.
Yeah,
I'm on the clock in the mock too. Look at that.
My phone just
went crazy. Supposed to go kicker and defense, but we don't do that.
We don't do that around here. All right, let's see how the Mr. Fantasy has played out here. He went heavy rookies: Genty, Brian Thomas, Hampton, Harrison, Harvey. Then he went Mandrews, Shakir, Diggs, Reed, and Pittman. I don't mind that stash of players. Christian Kirk appears to still be on the board. Josh Palmer, that's a wild pick there at 10.05.
Hey man, he's got the belief. I don't know if he's just been watching Hard Knocks or what.
I mean, I think Josh Palmer's plenty good. I like the idea of taking Josh Palmer at like 13.08.
I mean, yeah, but I mean, at this point, it's like, hey, just go. Fuck me, Luther Burden. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. That tracks.
There's plenty of guys still left in the 10th round that you don't need to be YOLO and Josh Palmer.
That tracks.
That's just. What are you going to do, Addison? You going to blow it? You and your rubber ducky? What are you going to do?
Let's see. I'm over here.
Time, lots of fun.
Let's see. What do I want to do?
Dalton Kincaid's his first tight end, so he's going to need a second one. And then JT Love over here, he's been autoed all the way through here. Now his green light's on. I hope he beats the shit out of y'all.
We got action. I mean, that's never going to happen.
He's going to go running back here again, I would assume, or maybe tight end. Oh, he goes Joku, so I don't mind that. It's a good shot. I would, I like that. Gets the Chief at 10.08. Tank Bigsby would have been a good pick for him as well.
Yeah,
Tank Bigsby goes next, but he started off with Puka, Lamar, and then Ladd, Terry, Devonta Smith, Travis Hunter, and Waddle. So I'm assuming he can put 4 wide receivers in at once.
Yeah, with the league, there's three full flex spots to where you can do whatever you want. Wide receiver, running back, tight end.
Mm-hmm.
And so there's 3 flex spots. There's 2 wide receiver spots, 3 flex spots. It is full PPR. So we're, 6-point passing touchdown. So you can be a lot more wide receiver heavy. That's why I never go this wide receiver heavy. And normally these are running back picks. Like I did an episode with Chuck Bass where we talked about the 0 wide receiver Bible. And that's kind of where I've landed quite a bit, to where I don't take a receiver into the range where J-Mo ends up being my wide receiver 1. Not ideal, but there was a point in time where if I was in this spot, I'd be able to get J-Mo and George Pickens. Like that Roma Dunze pick was George Pickens earlier in the offseason, but those days are over. Those days are way over. George Pickens is getting massive steam. And I mean, he was a value in this one, if I'm not mistaken.
603? No, 503.
5-3. So he's going ahead of J-Mo quite often now. And people are getting hip to the fact that the Cowboys are going to be one of the most pass heavy teams. They were 5th in first down pass rate last year, and that's not going to change. I mean, you think they're handing Javonte Williams 290 carries this year?
Oh, baby, they might be, and you're going to be sad about it.
I mean, here's the deal. I have a shit ton of Javonte on most of my dynasty teams. So I won't be sad about it. Because I'll just be like, here, guys, give me a first round pick for this dude who sucks.
Here's what you're going to learn today. That your takes on air become way more important than your dynasty winnings.
Fair enough. Fair enough. I'll take it. We've had that conversation before where you said, honestly, winning is cool, but I look forward to being right about my dynasty takes more now. And I get it.
Yeah.
Like I mean, obviously, I told this motherfucker was good.
The whole ecosystem is built on, trying to win and catch edges and do stuff. And, that's all a part of it. And, I managed to finagle some wins. But, I definitely get less and less caught up in, my actual teams, and the more pressure I feel is like, all right, just trying to see right, wrong, patience, all the conversations that we've had. Definitely feel a lot more anxiety about those than I do about my dynasty teams, because that kind of takes care of itself, right?
Right.
You can manage that in a certain way. But jumping back into this draft here, Super Dave obviously on auto pick here, but he was just there. You can't take Baker Mayfield at 10-11 if you took Josh Allen at 2-11. That can't happen.
Did he do that? Did he do that?
I
with
don't
the
know if
green
he.
dot, or the
I don't
auto
know if
pick
he
did
did
that?
or didn't, but like if you want another quarterback, you take him in 13, 14, 15, right? I'm not typically going to be a 2 quarterback guy in redraft. Now, this is no kicker defense, so you do get 2 more guys, so that's kind of nice. So you could afford yourself that luxury. Unless I take somebody like a Justin Fields, then I'll take a second, quarterback. But for the most part, I'm good. Like especially if
Right.
any of those guys that spent up on them, no way. So, Dougie still goes Jerome Ford at 11-1. That's interesting. I
Yeah,
probably would have.
I think he got stuck.
Yeah. Jordan
The
Mason at
clock started
9-1. I like
ticking.
that. Downs got a little nicked up right now at 8-12. So he's still building out that wide receiver room. He's got Mooney. I don't know. Is Mooney back at practice?
I don't think so.
Mooney's
I
going
haven't
in there.
seen-
Mooney's
I
going in
haven't
there.
seen him being back at
Yeah.
practice.
Yeah. Who's going to take? Oh, there goes Kyle Pitts. Rubber ducky. You're the one. Goes Kincaid Pitts. He's just risky tight end. If I take Kincaid or Pitts, I usually like a second one that I feel a little better about. But, that's quite interesting. Let's review some teams here. Let's see what we got going on. I don't hate Rubber Ducky's team. I don't love the tight end position, and I don't love that you went Mahomes and Herbert. You probably could have taken another swing somewhere else. Like you could have added another wide receiver in there. Like Christian Kirk is not drafted currently. Like I could have easily put in Christian Kirk in that slot, or you could have taken David Njoku there and double tap tight end, and I would have felt better about than, like I said, if I got Kincaid, I want a second one that I feel a little bit like a Ferguson would have been, Alex just took Ferguson. Like Ferguson and Kincaid would have been something I felt better about, or Pitts and Kincaid, right? Or Pitts and Ferguson, right? That's a combination I feel a little bit of. And Alex actually did that kind of right there. He went with Warren, who I like, and could be a lot of fun, could be a league winner. But then he backs that up with a veteran presence in Ferguson, who could just be an easy target vacuum. And like, hey, maybe it's not super sexy this year, but like for the most part, not going to kill you if you plug in your tight end. And the late tight end, that's some of what you want. I just don't want that position to kill me every week at this point, right?
Right. 100%. Like that's the thing is you take the floor with Jake Ferguson, who's going to be, the third option in what we think is going to be a really heavy pass heavy offense that's going to play in a lot of high over under games, right?
Yeah. Right.
So yeah, like I don't understand. And now I'm kind of stuck because I was like, man, that was going to be like, I'm handcuffing CMC and Garindo, and then
Sure.
Jaden Blue goes off the board. That was going to be my pick here. So now I'm kind of stuck.
A late Jaden Blue.
It's a really late Jaden Blue, but I thought he was going to come back to me here. So that was going to be my other selection. So now I'm left with 10 seconds on the clock to make a big boy decision, and I'm going here.
Jaden Blue 11:05. So what was that? Jaden Blue 12:12. I guess that wasn't terribly late. Tootin and Blue back to back. I like that. But so Will T is on the running back express train, so he takes Spears, who's a little banged up right now, but probably a good value right there. I mean, God forbid he gets healthy and anything happens to Pollard, and then goes with Tootin. So those are some good shots. Like we'll see how that kind of plays out, let's see here. Who do you got? You've got CMC, Drake London, Tet, Kamara, JMO, Rome, Pearsall. Ooh, that Pearsall 710. Money in the bank. And then you get your boy Kraft and then Drake May. So, yeah, I mean, and then you went Fields. So you doubled down. I don't love that.
I love it.
I mean, I like getting Fields. So, you know, if you're going to get Fields.
I'm going to send one of these suckers, one of these guys here pretty soon. One of these guys is gonna need an upside Justin Fields, top 5 weekly quarterback, and I'm gonna be there. We're gonna take some smelling salts to that too.
Yeah, you know, gave Alex some flack early and often. You really let the Cedric Tillman community down. You
I did.
Cedric Tillman.
Could have taken Cedric Tillman.
But I think he made some good picks here. The Godwin at 804, it's a good stab in the dark. I don't really know what to make with Godwin. I can't say I've clicked the button on Godwin at all as far as this, season has gone. But his last pick could be Jalen McMillan with Godwin, and I think that's probably a nice little pairing. And maybe you can pop up Godwin, and you get an extra roster spot. You get Seti Till, Keon Coleman, like both of those shots. Tyrone Tracy, like that, like Montgomery. He's got an overall running back who can absolutely finish as a top 5 running back. And then, his wide receiver position is pretty solid. The Warren and the Ferguson. I like the build so far, Mr. Alex. So well done. Well done, sir. The Blind Bandits got Bijan, Jacobs, Kittle, Sutton, Pickens, Swift, Myers, Mixon. What are you doing with Mixon? Because I haven't. Mixon's kind of like Godwin for me, where I haven't clicked the button.
I did the same thing. I said the same thing earlier in the stream. I was like, man, look, I want no parts of Joe Mixon in redraft and dynasty. Like, this is the whole, like, the same thing that we were feeling about Christian McCaffrey last year that's exactly what's happening to Joe Mixon. And you could even extrapolate it out to what's going on with Matthew Stafford with his back. Like, if the guys are not playing football and they have no timetable to return, and his is obviously the worst case of these because he's on the non-football injury list. So it's something that he was dealing with all throughout the offseason. They couldn't get figured out before training camp. And now we're talking about a dude who's just not practiced at all during camp whatsoever. So why would I want to make that bet on Joe Mixon? Like, I'll let you play devil's advocate. Like, talk me into why I should select.
No, there's no devil's advocate here. I was asking you, like, what are we doing with him? Because I don't, obviously, for me, it has to be into a spot where I want to take Joe Mixon, where there's no other like guy I feel confident in as being in my starting lineup. And at the point where Joe Mixon got selected, what was that? Let's see.
Like 8, what?
8-10?
Yeah.
There's probably still some guys in there, right? But we're getting close at that point. Cause like once we get to like the Charbonnets and the Bensons is like, all right, you're taking the backup. And if we're going to operate as Mixon being the backup right now, and when he comes back or if he comes back or whatever it is, that's fine. So we're starting to creep into territory where we're getting there, right?
Sure.
I might feel more confident in Mason right now than taking Joe Mixon.
Without question. Yeah, that's not even a question for me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like there's no way would I take Joe Mixon over the handcuffs over Jordan Mason. Like, no, sir. I think he has a role. I think he has standalone value, but also zero chance whatsoever that I have confidence that Joe Mixon is going to step onto a field and contribute more and consistently more than Jordan Mason right now.
Yeah. I mean, I don't even know that much about what is going on with Joe Mixon. So that's really kind of weird.
Right. Like that's the thing. Like, it's an undisclosed injury that has him on the fucking non-football injury list. Like, could you get more cryptic? Could you make this less appealing for me and
Yeah.
Casey. Like, we've talked about how shitty the offensive line is, how they're going in the opposite direction of what you want to do with a rookie build, like the rookie build that we saw the Chiefs make the popular thing to do. Fuck me, Ja'Cory Croskey-Merritt just went.
Bah, I wasn't going to say anything because we were live, and I was like, so when are you taking him? But
I knew that was a
baby.
risk. I knew that was a risk I ran, and I lost. So it's fine, I guess. It's fine.
Yeah.
I know what I'm gonna do. I know what I'm gonna do now, though. I know what I'm gonna do now.
We got some rookie drafts popping off right now for all my home leagues draft now.
Yeah. Look at you being responsible and getting information before you get.
Yeah, it's the only way to go.
Do a draft.
But Big Co just traded the 106 and got back JT and the 311.
What?
Solid move. And that was Judkins. It's non-super flex, non-tight end premium.
106.
Actually, it is tight end premium. He got JT. He got JT plus the 311.
That's wild.
Yeah. And
for JT, like not Jatavian Sanders, but Jonathan Taylor.
Yes.
Oh, that's wild.
He put into the, them boys were talking about the trade, and one dude started laughing, and he was like, oh, you got y'all boys again, basically. Big Co.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, he did. The fuck?
And he was like, well, I didn't want Joe Mixon, prime example, couple years until, this could be the last year that JT has any value, and, missed the boat on getting rid of JT or Montgomery or Mixon in time. And I was like, yeah, I mean, I get it. I understand it takes two to tango. And in 2 years, Judkins for JT may be good. But the point is that you're missing here is that you paid him extra to take JT off your hands. That doesn't make any sense. And that, this is what happens in the home leagues, as it's just, and, Big Co was down to 20 minutes on the clock, and, finally got somebody looked Medusa in the eyes and turned to some concrete. And
Jesus. Like that. I'm sure he had to hey, at such and such, at such and such, at such and such. So they're finally like, what's up? And you're like, hey, you want to do this trade? And it's like, no, not at all. And you're like, are you sure? He's like, hey, I'll get you a bunch of White Claws. And dude was like, fine, just give me the 311 too.
Yeah.
That's wild.
Yeah, it was a bit of a, and we were all talking, and I was like, I mean, Big Co, homeboy's right that there's no metric you could point to that this deal that you didn't just get him, right?
Yeah.
It's solid trade, fun trade.
Being serious? He was trying to explain it like he didn't make out like a bandit.
Yeah, and the other guy was also trying to explain it. And it's like, hey, it's all good. It takes two to tango. It's not the worst trade ever. And if Judkins hadn't gotten in trouble, and that's your guy, and you want to get younger, cool, right? But these are the druthers of Dynasty, right?
Right.
But and I can understand it. I'm not even that upset about it. I just the explanation and the pitch is always what drains me. All right, let's fucking relax. Let's relax with the pitch.
Yeah. Anytime you got to try to explain the deal, you got. Now let's just get better and not get got again.
Yeah. And to be fair, the guy that he traded with is a bit of a stickler to trade with. But is what it is. So you went AD Mitchell and McMillan here for your last two picks. So you're going stabs in the dark, with a lot of upside. And I thought, Wright got picked there. The box score doesn't look good for Wright once again. Ollie Gordon, I didn't see any of it, but the box score didn't look awesome for him, but looked a little better. And box score watching will get you lapped quickly in the actual. So I have to go back and see what was going on. But you and I both came away with the impression of hey, I kind of always liked Wright, but coming into the season, we were both a little down on him, and I feel like it keeps going down further and further, and the Ollie Gordon Express is looking like a nice late round pick right now, potentially.
Yeah, that's fuck, you just did it on the stream. Okay. All right. Well, that's going out the window.
What?
Everybody in the draft is watching the stream right now, so there's zero chance that he's gonna
Ollie Gordon, that's who you wanted?
No, yeah, that was gonna be my last round pick.
Oh, well, you still could get him.
I highly doubt it. We're gonna pivot, and we'll see how it treats me.
Nice Pop Douglas. Nice Pop Douglas there.
But
one of you idiots draft Christian Kirk. What are you doing? If you guys are all watching,
no one drafts Christian Kirk.
Rubber Ducky took Keenan Allen over Kirk.
Yeah, I would too.
Never.
No way. I'll pie to the face bet right now.
Please.
Christian Kirk, Keenan Allen.
For what? What's the metric?
More fantasy points in 2025.
Okay, sure.
Christian Kirk or Keenan Allen?
Yeah.
Like, we're not talking about like some random Keenan Allen that shares the same name with KA13 Slayer. We're talking about Keenan Allen, wide receiver for the Los Angeles Chargers.
Absolutely.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Let's lock that in. Chad. Yeah. We got that locked in.
What's that going to be like? Is that 3 pies for you at least?
That's it.
We got to be getting nervous.
Roman Wilson.
You got to be getting nervous about that Roman Wilson one at this point.
Not at all. The minute that Calvin Austin steps back into a football field, they'll let you know who's the best. We'll see. You'll see.
I like that Nick Chubb pick by the auto. That auto team is gonna win. Isaiah Likely. I don't know why you're doing that right now.
I'm not really sure about that either, but it's fine.
Lock it in. Christian Kirk for sure. You took Pat Bryant over Christian Kirk. What are you doing?
Yeah. Well, the thing is they're just not very they're not good at Christian Kirk's not good at American tackle football anymore. The slot demon
is literally the slot demon.
Yeah.
Marvin Mims. See, Mims, like, I like Pat Bryant dynasty wise, and like I think he can make an impact on this team year one, but I don't think he's not gonna be redraft relevant, I don't believe. Mims, take the upside shot if you're gonna go another Broncos receiver. What are you gonna do, Doug? Scratch that itch, big dog. Take Christian Kirk.
Never take Christian Kirk.
Please take Christian Kirk. Always take Christian Kirk. CJ Stroud.
I would even be willing to make a bet on a Carolina Panthers receiver outscoring Christian Kirk in 2025. But I'm not going to
Ted McMillan.
Yeah, no. I'm gonna just stick with Keenan Allen outscoring Christian Kirk.
Please.
Mitchell's gonna outscore. Mitchell's gonna score more points.
Double pies, please. Double pies.
Jalen McMillan is going to score more points than Christian Kirk.
Double pies, please.
Alec Ayomanor is going to score more points than Christian Kirk this year.
Now, Alec Ayomanor may have a chance.
But you don't think A.D. Mitchell does?
No. Alec Ayomanor has a quarterback and not a second piece of target competition.
We have no idea. Anthony Richardson.
There's three other players of target competition in front of AD Mitchell, not including Alec Pierce.
Michael Pittman's backiotomy is going to act up again, and then AD Mitchell is going to play that role, and he's going to put up 1,000 yards this year.
I like AD Mitchell as a shot. It's definitely in Dynasty. Get him as a kicker in all your trades, but I'm just no. That's going to be a no, dog. And I love Jalen McMillan. Depending on how long Chris Godwin misses, Jalen McMillan could have a really good season. But there goes Christian Kirk. Joseph, he did it. Did it.
Can't believe you guys are going Christian Kirk over No, zero
Over.
chance. Joseph said, I took Kirk so your co-host would shut the fuck up.
Also, Chev is the co-host. I'm the host.
Oh, yeah. Either way, the guy who's gonna be getting the pie to the face is the guy who wants you to take Christian Kirk. So
Yeah. You gotta. I went French silk on my last pie. There's a couple listeners from being awful staunch about some shit who definitely owe us some pies that I haven't seen.
Hey, that's wild. You can't be dunking smoke with pie bets. We gotta get those paid out. We gotta get those paid out expeditiously.
French silk's a good option. You don't want to go citrus. It'll burn you a little.
Yeah. Ooh.
And none of this whipped cream pie bullshit. Real pie. Real pie. I don't want to see a. I mean, yeah, you can Mrs. Doubtfire it, I guess. You potentially, but I don't want to see a pie shell with a bunch of whipped cream in it when you're getting these couple of pies.
Oh, I'm not gonna be the one to take pie, so it's fine.
Oh, there's gonna be so many pies.
Is like, listen. When I'm right, I'm right, and when I'm wrong, I'm still right.
Also, how are you going to let Brashard? How'd you take A.D. Mitchell and McMillan over Brashard Smith?
Because you play so many fucking wide receivers in this PPR. There's no reason for me to take Brashard Smith with my last round pick right now. Like I can wait and I can get him on waivers, or whenever I have a little bit more clarity about how the situation is going to play out. If they decide to cut Carson Steele or Kareem Hunt, and I've got less competition for him getting the Jerick McKinnon role, then I can just go pick him up. Which, again, that's what I'm telling all you guys to do. If you're in a dynasty league with me, you don't have Brashard Smith because I have him. So, except for the FFD league, somebody paid like $25 for him. That pissed me off. But I got Ja'Cory Cross-Merritt, so it's all good. But yeah, let's talk a couple teams here, boss.
Yeah, how come I can't see any of the comments?
You gotta go to YouTube.
Yeah, can't do that. Oh, okay. What do you got?
Yeah, who do you want to start with? I mean, you're driving the boat here.
I mean, I think I got a lot of them on the way down. I mean, I can't believe I don't love a lot of these late round picks. I got to be honest with you. Blake Corum, what are you doing? 15-12? Come on.
What you out on the Michigan man?
Blake Corum's fine. There's got to be I can't see the list of names. There's got to be somebody else you could take a swing on there. I like that Eckler pick though. He did it. He went heavy, and then we were kind of talking about he needs to take running backs on the way out. So I like that Eckler pick's kind of fun. Tootin and Spears could turn into something. Rico Dowdle, Blake Corum, meh. Mr. Fantasy, I think he did a good job here at the end, grabbing two quarterbacks and none all the way through. I thought Alex did a good job running through them all, and then just gets Brock Purdy at 13-9.
Yeah,
I think that's a good job by him. The Jalen Wright pick with the H-N, I guess I get it, and we shall see. And I mean, me and Woody Marks are boys at this point, so I love that as the last pick.
Ew.
I know.
Ew.
You do. Sometimes you get a little misguided, and I just gotta show you the light.
Buddy. You oh man. Woo. Yeah, we should have done a Woody Marks pie to the face bet, but I couldn't find Like
I don't know. I don't know
can't imagine.
what we could possibly bet at this point with Woody Marks.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like I don't think you believe that offensive line is any good whatsoever. I don't think that. I don't
No,
think
that's
that
why I actually
they
really like
believe
Woody
that
Marks.
offensive
That's why I like him though. That's why I think he could give us a little bit of juice. Is that offensive line stinks? You get some check downs, some dump downs. Obviously, we just talked about how Mixon's missing a ton of time. Nick Chubb's old as fuck and has got to have a lot of metal in his leg at this point, or at least
metal in his
cadavers.
leg is crazy.
Well, screws.
Definitely cadaver parts. Probably some screws. We both survived ACL reconstruction and all that nonsense. So it's just not a fun time.
I just know how it feels.
And
it's not that much fun.
Yeah, no, it's not. It is 10 out of 10. Don't recommend.
You know who I fought that battle with forever with viewers and commenters mad long ago? Jay Ajay. Everyone's like, I was like, he doesn't have. I was like, I have no meniscus currently, none.
Right.
And I can tell you how much my life sucks, and I don't play football.
I mean, he had the one J Train year
for sure.
Philly,
I mean, it wasn't about. I thought I liked him a lot. I was just like, there's no way the longevity of this thing is going to work out.
Yeah, that's what the point that I was making was that there is no zilch. Like you have no longevity when it comes to like, hey, I'm missing parts when it comes to my shock absorbers. Like we're Todd Gurley retired at 27. I know he played 2 more years or whatever, but Todd Gurley was cooked at 27 because his knees said no. So yeah. I'm not fighting the battle on. I'm not sharing the good news about
Chubb has been awesome though. So he must have different demons he's battling, or he sold his soul to somebody. He won that fiddle battle with the devil down in Georgia.
Yeah. Who else you like? My brother wants to know what you thought of his team here with the Derrick Henry, AJ Brown start.
I don't think you're out of line there, and you get yourself some lifetime Titans. You didn't really skew too many other Titans. No other Titan. Oh, Chig late.
Yeah.
I don't like the 3 tight ends. Probably sticking to 2. I love that Goddard pick in the 12, and I do like Chig. I like both of those picks. I don't think I want to clog up the roster with 3. Although you do get a little bit bigger of a roster.
If you're gonna do that, then you don't go Travis Kelce in the 6. You just wait until late and then do that. You did.
I like that Pop Douglas pick way better than that AD Mitchell pick.
You shut your mouth when you're talking about AD Mitchell.
I like AD Mitchell. Cam Ward at 15-8. Hollywood Brown is my guy. I didn't like the Josh Palmer reach, but the Shaheed pick could be exciting. Golden. Brian Robinson, he can't be taking your advice because you hate that guy. As a matter, you sent me something the other day that said he was getting cut.
Yeah, getting traded or cut.
That guy hates him too.
Yeah. yeah. This is a big Ja'Cory Krosky Merritt operation in these parts.
Yeah, your brother got you. Chev got you on that Trey Benson come around. I'd love to see that Trey Benson at that 10:05 spot for you to go along with Connor. Jaden Daniels at 308. That's not my favorite, but it could be a big difference maker. Evans is solid. Got as good a shot as anybody in this league not named Chev or Alex. So, and Doug.
Fuck those guys.
Yeah. I mean, Joseph's gonna win. That Christian Kirk that's
my God. I cannot wait. I want to fucking invent a time machine.
What I will say is I like that Rashee Rice pick at the 409. Like I kind of like that I feel like Kirk and or the Bateman pick there late could help you in some of those Sands Rashee Rice weeks of some late bailout.
Yeah.
Actually, kind of don't hate that. I like EDAP's Wandell pick there at 12.6. I hate that Keenan Allen pick at 12.07.
Wow, that's wicked work.
Kyle Williams at 12.10 from the Blind Bandit. I like the Blind Bandit team. I don't know about the Joe Mixon pick there, but other than that, I like a lot of the picks. And then he Algiers it at the end. Swift, I feel like, is a big pivot point for him. If Swift does work, he could have a good season. I like the Dak late and then follows it up with some Penix. Torrey Horton, unfortunately, we love Torrey Horton, but I just don't know if he's going to be, that last spot's is something that you want to be churning probably anyway for the most part.
Yeah.
So I
mean, that's an easily churnable deal, right? Like if he doesn't pop off and that's not something you're going to use him for until, week 5, week 6, or whenever he is commanding the majority of the snaps and able to command some sort of target share, but he could be off your roster by then. But again, he could come out week 1, and I'm not saying that he's going to Brian Thomas Jr. had one of the 5 best rookie seasons of the last 25 years. So I'm not saying that, but he could be important, from a fantasy perspective immediately.
Yeah, no, he certainly could. So last pick is fine enough. I just, and I mean, Cooper Kupp, dynasty wise, love it. Cooper Kupp been a little banged up through the years. So
yeah, I mean, the minute that Cooper Kupp, they just have to use him. That's it. Like we both are in on the talent. It's just the utilization that we, that we're like, man, I don't know if it happens immediately because he's a 5th round pick.
Yeah. Can you see that? Does that change on your screen? No, I can't. That's not where you're feeding it from, right? Yeah, no. You can't see that I'm doing that. Okay.
No. Anything else stick out to you?
Not really. I got to go to the bathroom, so I'm ready to wrap this up.
Yeah. Go ahead. Hey, go ahead. Get out of here. Obviously, Casey, one of the founders of this operation and the host of the FF Dynasty. So, we're always over there. I'm over here now. I'll be back over there once, football stops happening and we're not talking about redraft stuff. And I'll still be over there some. We got an episode dropping here pretty soon, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
So
shout out
to over there doing trades. Shout
out to Alex and old Dougie Fresh. Appreciate everybody coming in and hanging out. And I'm gonna use the bathroom. Are you ending this thing or are you keeping it moving?
No, I'm going to play the rest of the Bring Home the Bacon guys. You can get out of here.
All right.
See you, buddy.
I'll see you later.
Bye. Yeah, so we got the draft out of the way. Let us know what what you guys are feeling, how you guys like, which teams you like the best. I'll post this on my Twitter X and Instagram and all that stuff. But we've got a couple more Bring Home the Bacon players before I reveal my 2025 Bring Home the Bacon players and we get out of here. So let's go to the Devi Shifu, Mr. Chris the Card Man, for his 2025 Bring Home the Bacon players.
Hello. It is Chris the Card Man, a.k.a. the Devi Shifu, here to give you my Bring Home the Bacon players for 2025 fantasy football redraft. I've got 4 players, one from each position here that I'm ready to put my flag on. Starting hot with quarterback, we have Mr. Bryce Young. We all know the story. He got benched in the middle of the season. He came back strong. He showed his resilience. In the final 3 weeks of the season, his 10 total touchdowns ranked 1st in the league. He threw 0 interceptions during that time, and he was 3rd in scramble yards. He was also 3rd in total QBR, according to ESPN. As a whole on 2024, he was tied for 2nd in the league with 20 hero throws, which are a fantasy point stat that indicate how a throw a quarterback made can maximize the result of the play. I think he's going incredibly late this year. He's currently coming off the board as quarterback 23. I've always been a late round quarterback guy, and I am more than happy to use Bryce Young as that late round quarterback and stream as necessary to support him. I think he's going to have a nice little rushing floor to kind of keep you there in the game with a high weekly ceiling. This is a Panthers offense that's going to step it up this year. Moving on to running back, I have picked Chase Brown, a guy I have been extremely high on all offseason. Obviously, we want pieces of the Bengals offense. He is one of the few running backs in the league capable of finishing as the RB1 overall this season. When he finally usurped Zach Moss as the starter last year, he became the running back 3 in points per game, which included over 80% of the snaps. He got similar usage in the first preseason game, and I know we don't want to put too much stock into those, but it looked pretty good so far. His offensive coordinator recently said that he is a top 10 back in the league, and I tend to agree. And the coaching staff has compared him to Austin Eckler. They're going to find ways to get him the ball. They're going to utilize him heavily, including increasing his overall reception total. He had 54 last year. He's going to easily smash 70 receptions this year. Instead of taking a risk on CMC in the first round, I'm happy to take Chase Brown at any point in the second. At wide receiver, we have Mr. George Pickens. I have been up and down with Pickens in my fantasy career. He's had some off-field issues that have kind of led me away from him, and the situation he was in was not always great. However, he's always had the talent, and now he has landed in the perfect spot for production. I'm very bullish on the Cowboys offense as a whole, and I think he is going to be a big part of it. He went for over 1,100 yards in 2023, and he was pacing for nearly 1,100 yards last season as well. Now he has the best quarterback of his career, and he's no longer the primary target for opposing defenses. Him and CeeDee Lamb have been training together all offseason. All of the reports from camp are saying that he's doing nothing but being a professional and absolutely smashing in practice. He seems to have meshed well with the culture in Dallas, and I'm thinking that maybe the head case issues might not be a problem, at least for this year. He's playing on an expiring contract, so he's going to want to get that bag next offseason, so he's going to do everything he can to put up those gaudy numbers. And CeeDee Lamb himself has guaranteed that the ball will find its way to Mr. George Pickens, saying, when two guys are on me and he's one-on-one, do what you will with that info. He's right. If CeeDee Lamb says it, I trust it. The opportunity is going to be there for George Pickens. I think this is the next Jamar Chase and T. Higgins duo in the NFL. Lastly, I have at the tight end position Mr. Mark Andrews. I understand the narrative around Mandrews. You know, he's getting old. He had some high-profile drops. Everybody remembers the playoff game. I think that's hurt his overall value, but don't let that bleed into your fantasy perspective of him. He's been the man for a reason. He's Lamar's go-to guy in the red zone. Last year, he garnered 15 red zone targets, and he ended the season with 11 touchdowns. He also finished the year with a touchdown in 6 straight games. In 2024, he had the highest average separation score of all tight ends. And we know Isaiah likely is going to start the year with a little bit of an injury, which was going to open up even more opportunity for Mandrews to help you early on, get some wins, and get ahead of your opponents in the standings. I typically prefer waiting on tight end this year, but he's one of the few that I'm willing to take prior to the 10th round. I think when you're looking for those late round tight ends, what you want is touchdowns. And we know he is going to get them.
Hey, one special shout out to Chris. Special shout out to Chris for giving us our bring home, his bring home the bacon players. I'm really, really excited to be able to, one, these are all guys that I absolutely love. I've been screaming to the high heavens about, Bryce Young and Chase Brown and George Pickens. Like, that is, those are guys that I've been just banging the drum for over and over and over again. So really excited about that. Let's go to our last Bring Home the Bacon segment here.
Hey, Eddie the Nard Dog Narder here, the Duck League champ. I am ready to tell you who you should be lighting up your skillets for, because we are bringing home the bacon. Let's get it started real fast here with Justin Herbert. QB 18 in ADP. Justin Herbert, who always has his mobility doubted, the best thrower of the football in the NFL, throws a fastball like you've never seen, has never, not once, not twice, never finished lower than QB 17, and that was in 13 games. With a much improved wide receiver room, Trey Harris and Keenan Allen coming back to the team, Justin Herbert is primed for an excellent QB season. I see him going well into the top 12 by end of season. Take him at ADP. He is your late round quarterback. Moving it on to running back. Jonathan Taylor, RB8 in ADP, going at the end of your second round. He has never finished lower than RB18 in per game scoring. To go along with this, the Colts offense could improve dramatically if Anthony Richardson learns how to throw a football, and even if he doesn't, Daniel Jones peppers RBs with targets. He did this for Tyrone Tracy. He did this for Saquon Barkley, and he can do it for Jonathan Taylor. The backups are fine. DJ Giddens and Khalil Herbert are okay, but Jonathan Taylor is the guy you want in your second round. Next, we're moving it on to wide receiver. We are going to be talking about DK Metcalf. DK Metcalf has been a full-fledged alpha wide receiver. Prior to JSN's breakout, where Metcalf was 49th in target share, he had finishes of 28th, 20th, and 8th in target share. That is with a limited Russell Wilson, who was feeling a little dangerous and having a bit too much of the subway, and also with Geno Smith. DK Metcalf is also going to an offense with Aaron Rodgers. Aaron Rodgers has consistently locked in on his number one receiver, who has always been Davante Adams. Prior to his injury, Aaron Rodgers had completed a target share of 2, 1, and 2 from 2019 to 2021 with Davante Adams, and then again at wide receiver 5 last season and a half of a year. Garrett Wilson was number 1 in target share while he was alone in that offense. That will not change for DK Metcalf. Take him at ADP, wide receiver 27, and cash in those chips, because even with an Arthur Smith offense, Aaron Rodgers is going to be chucking that football at DK Metcalf. He's not throwing it anywhere else. Jonnu Smith isn't going to be a big target hog. Moving on. And we're going late off the board in this one. I gave you guys a couple early ones early on, and we're going to be taking it low and slow here with Jatavian Sanders. JT Sanders had a 6-week stretch with 5 games inside of the top 18 at tight end as a rookie. That's almost as good as Kyle Pitts did. Okay, come on now. So, with the Panthers improving, Tedero McMillan coming in, and them being able to potentially get more production from their offense, Jalen Coker could take a step forward, Hunter Renfrow, or the offense just takes a step forward as a whole. That's going to leave more room underneath for Jatavian Sanders. Don't be scared away by the Tommy Trembles of the world. JT Sanders is the tight end to get at the end of your draft that will end up finishing inside of that top 18 by end of season. We saw some great things from him, including him coming back from one of the nastiest tackles I have ever seen. Nard Dog over and out here. Check out the League Champ app.
Shout out to my partner, my co-host of Two Guys One Pod, Addison the Nard Dog Narder, one of the most solid, hardworking guys in the game. And we do have the League Champ app that is available in the App Store and the Google Play Store, where you can make customizable rankings, tiers, and we do have a free sweepstakes for all of you guys to win our money or a jersey, whichever one you prefer, for putting in the most accurate ranks. And it's super easy to do. We've even gamified that aspect to where you can do express rankings. So please go download the League Champ app, get your ranks in prior to the September 4th kickoff for the 2025 NFL season. So I guess if you're still here, you get to hear my bring home the bacon players. And, you know, we don't have to go very far. I mean, we can just look at my team. I mean, I literally told you exactly what I was going to do. So we're going to bring it back up. And we'll start at the wide receiver position. And we're going to start with Mr. Jameson Williams. So Jameson Williams is my bring home the bacon player at wide receiver. I've been screaming this from the mountaintops for months now. I was wondering, so I started out on the opposite side of this, and I said, okay, well, Jameson Williams put up 1,000 yards on 58 receptions. It's not that good. Like, it's not going to be great for fantasy. But then you realize he was a wide receiver 19 in 15 games. He was 14 points a game. I think we're going higher in terms of what his fantasy ceiling is. I believe that this is the next gen Tyreek Hill. So we are, shooing Tyreek Hill aside in order to usher in a new Tyreek Hill. Jameson Williams is one of the fastest players in the NFL. In 50-yard plays, he was tied for first. In 40-yard plays, he was tied for third. And this is one of the guys that's he's been one of the most polarizing players. And the coaching staff and everybody in the building switched their narrative on Jameson Williams after a very crucial play where he was blocking downfield. It's not even a play where he got the ball. The talent has always been apparent. The first touch of his NFL career, he took it for 41 yards and a score. So he's a guy who can make or break your week go, just on one play. An 80-yard touchdown and Jameson Williams at 15 points, and he's locked in top 24 for the entire week. So that's my bring home the bacon player at wide receiver. At tight end, my bring home the bacon player, if you followed anything that I've put out for the last 6 months, you know who it is. It's Tucker Kraft. So going into the offseason, they asked Matt LaFleur, Packers head coach, if he would be able to see a role for Tucker Kraft expanding and growing into a George Kittle or a Travis Kelce-esque role. And he said, yes, Tucker Kraft is a force with the ball in his hands. We've got to find more ways to get him the ball. So last year, you could see there, he averaged 9.7 PPR fantasy points per game. He was a tight end 10 in terms of his overall tight end finish, but he did that on 65 targets per fantasy points data. And on fantasy points data, you get to piddling around here. He was second in yards per reception at the position, only George Kittle. He was first in the position in yards after the catch per reception with 9.38. George Kittle was second with 6.71. Nobody else at the tight end position was above 7. And George Kittle was second with 6.71. And so then you go to missed tackles forced per reception, where he was the third best tight end in that metric. And yards per target, he was second. He was tied with George Kittle. He was second at the position only to George Kittle. So Tucker Kraft, you've got the breadcrumbs. You see that there's no alpha wide receiver to be had in Green Bay right now. Matthew Golden's their first round pick since Javon Walker in 2005, but that doesn't really matter. You could still have Matthew Golden commanding target share and still have Tucker Kraft absolutely dominating, with efficiency. And if he gets to 100 targets, you can book it. He's going over 1,000 yards. And he was one of the most productive tight ends from a touchdown perspective last year, finishing fourth with 7 touchdowns at the position. Then at running back, I was torn. So I've been talking about Chuba Hubbard all off season. And that's been one of the guys. He was a finalist. He made it to the last 2. So we got the call back. He was one of the candidates, but I've got to go with Chase Brown. I've been screaming from the rooftops in Dynasty that Chase Brown was this year's Kyron Williams, going into the 2024 season. And now Chase Brown is absolutely a league winner if he stays healthy. The Bengals are all in on him. He plays for a really cheap organization. He's got 2 years left on his contract, so he's going to absolutely be able to dominate the touch share. Zach Moss is no longer a part of the organization. It's just Samaje Perine and 6th-round pick Taj Brooks, who I like a lot, but they're not going to threaten Chase Brown for touches. Let me just explain some things to you. From weeks 9 to 18, when Chase Brown assumed the workload fully from Zach Moss, he was 20.6 fantasy points per game. That was good for RB4 during that stretch. During that stretch also, he handled 78.6% of the carries inside the 5-yard line for an elite offense that's going to make a lot of trips to the red zone. So when we get in close, he's getting all the goal line work. Oh, he was 5th in in receptions amongst the running back position, 4th in running back targets and receptions And that's despite not seeing 5 targets in a game until week 9 last year. And then on top of that, there's nowhere to go. There's nowhere to go. You have the offensive coordinator, Dan Pitcher, the offensive coordinator for the Cincinnati Bengals, saying that he's going to be a household name. He's going to be a guy that absolutely is, the Austin Eckler of this generation. I hate bringing old players and comparing them to new players, but Austin Eckler and Chase Brown's skill sets align pretty closely, and their body types are very similar. So you can see the path for Chase Brown to absolutely smash this year. So Chase Brown is my bring home the bacon player. I'm absolutely bricked up. I have him ahead of ADP. He's my running back 8 right now, and I think he has a chance to finish as a top 4 running back. And last but not least, my quarterback, the first quarterback I selected in the draft that you guys just watched, Drake May. He represents the Konami code upside with the passing tree, the passing chops that you want to see. He gets an upgrade. He gets an upgrade from an offensive line perspective. They took Will Campbell with the 4th overall pick in the 2025 draft. They go get Travion Henderson as a pass catching running back with home run hitting ability. They have the booty warrior. They have Kayshon Boutte, but they go and draft Kyle Williams. They pay Stephon Diggs. And so they're surrounding their young quarterback with weapons. And on top of all that, the Konami code upside. He had 54 runs last year. He had the highest design scramble rate of any quarterback in the National Football League. I already mentioned the fact that he was 6th in rushing yards for a quarterback in his first 4 starts since the year 2000. That's not made up. That is 100% a thing. And it's, guys like Cam Newton, Robert Griffin III, and Lamar Jackson. This is the company that he's keeping from a rushing perspective. He averaged 7.7 yards a carry, and he's 230 pounds. So we could see him. The ceiling comp from a fantasy perspective is a guy like Josh Allen, where you could see him running around, extending plays, keeping the plays alive, and absolutely dominating and being great for fantasy. So I reached on him. Casey, you heard Casey say he didn't love that, but I don't care. I'm 100% telling you that Drake May is my guy that's going to be one of the ones that steps into, being a top 5 or 6 quarterback and absolutely dominating for fantasy for years to come. So really excited about Drake May in 2025. And there you have it. You have my bring home the bacon players for 2025. If you made it to the end of the stream, thank you so much. We really appreciate it. I mean, this is our first go round. We just launched the channel on July 18th. We're already up over 200 subscribers. So hopefully we got some new subs if you guys made it all the way to the end. You can go to my Twitter X to find out what else I'm working on. But more importantly, go follow the FF Dynasty on the YouTubes, on the Twitters, on all social media platforms. You'll find most of my work there. If you want anything else I do, you can hit the link tree on the Twitter. Until next time, there's ball watchers and there's ball knowers. Assign yourselves accordingly. See you.